What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? Jay, Valley, Cypress, Necht, Rizzle, Mig, what up, y'all? So, according to the teases yesterday, what up, Krataro? According to the teases yesterday, we could be getting a hotfix today. Gonna make some changes to some things. We're gonna need Piercer Servo on our pufferfish. I actually have a relic ready to go. I think I'm gonna throw Piercer Servo on that. I don't like... I got that defense range golly roll on this piece, though. And it's a relatively decent roll. Nice, Meg. Congrats. I think I've got a... Yeah, there's a piercer right there I can throw on it. And then... What, I've already got a piercer here. I hate to set up two of the exact same thing, but I mean, I got 4 of these. But yeah. Anyway, we're gonna have to wait it out, see what happens. What up, Steven? How you doing? Renan, Tyler, how's it going? Because I don't use the other defenses, there's no point in having a relic on a defense you don't use. Yeah, I mean, having a relic on something that's not being used is a wasted relic, right? What up there, Monsoon? Richard, how you doing? There's no hotfix yet. Dragons won't get nerfed again. There's no way they'll nerf dragons again. If anything, dragons will get buffed. Oh, he said that there's a hotfix plan today to make some changes. The only thing... No, it hasn't been submitted to consoles yet. After the hotfix, that was another part of what he said today. He said that one thing is that the pufferfish is not intended to not need Piercer Servo. He said that that was an inadvertent thing. It's a bug fix, fixing it. Pufferfish are not meant to go through geodes, though. The projectiles are supposed to be bouncing, and then the homing was messing it up. And then he said also that after this hotfix, as long as everything's smooth, then they'll submit to Microsoft and Sony for certification. Yeah, it was on Discord. Anyway, let's hop in and get some maps going here. Have some fun with these pufferfish. I want to get a before and after. Let's get, let's see if we can't get us a Crystal Betsy here. Little Crystal Betsy action be just fine. I'm on US West. Anybody wants to join, feel free to hop on in. Oh, well, thanks for watching them, Richard. No, that's what's in the hotfix for today. After this hotfix, we will need Piercer on the jellyfish, is the deal. Yeah, I got out of bed super early today. When he was teasing the hotfix, I was assuming it was going to come real early, so I got out of bed just stupid levels early. Way too early. Like, unhealthy early. Don't get up that early, y'all. Get some sleep. Sleep for the win. All right, so we can get a good apples to apples here. Like, we want this. Normally, I would place a wall here, like back here. But we'll have pufferfish up on that rail, so we want to make sure that we have line of sight. So let's go forward a little farther. That way we know we'll have line of sight there. And then the same thing over here. How do we want to do it here? We could actually place it back farther here, maybe. Something like that. And then that will still give line of sight for up on the top rail. We're going to see how the DU works out on this one. Well, right this second, it doesn't need Piercer. So you'd want to go rate anti-melee, anti-chaos. If you're focusing the poison. The jellyfish have, or the pufferfish have two different ways to play them. First off, a lot of people are underestimating the poison. Because it's not actually showing crits on the tooltip. So the tooltip is not right for poison, and the poison damage is substantial. But if you want to focus them on them more on a hit-based thing, the spines, multiple spines, will hit the same projectile. So in like this situation, you got 8 spines per pufferfish, and there's going to be, you know, these could all hit the same the same target. So if there was only like an ogre in the lane, then all of these would hit the ogre. In that case, then you would want to work this venomous overload into the mix. But the venomous overload does not affect poison. Or it doesn't appear that it affects poison anyway. Y'all have to bear with me here. This is a little experimental. What's up, Air Dwarf? How you doing? A little experimental here. I mean, I think it's going to shred. But we'll have to see. These guys may just end up getting destroyed. Nope, I didn't get a buff beam over there either, did I? My placement was not good for for buff beams. Let's try it again. Give a little room over there this time for the buff. Little wonky on that one. We can fit a buff beam now, though. Can I get another one there? Yeah, placement just not good. Not good. All right, and then I didn't get boost stars either. And then we want to come up top here. DPS werewolves are not, they're not DPS, they're a tower, or they're a blockade. So don't use your werewolves intending to try to get DPS out of them. It's just not, it will lead to nothing but disappointment. It's not that kind of defense, you know? It's a blockade. It's not meant to do massive amounts of damage. Can't have something that tough dealing big amounts of damage. It's a 50% damage buff of nothing is the thing. What's 50% of zero? Zero. You know? It's one of those situations. That, it's not a 50% damage buff. It's a 50% damage buff of the one hit after the 30% chance procs. So it's like a pretty close to non-existent chance of going off. But yeah, I mean, if you got something that does 1,000,000 DPS and you buff it 50%, then it's doing 1.5 million. So you've got something instead that's a DPS defense that does 3 million DPS with no buffs. It's stronger, you know? Kind of that situation. All right, I don't know what's going to get destroyed here. This is a full-on test, so y'all will have to bear with me. We may just get steamrolled right out of the gates. As long as nobody's standing on the pufferfish, we should be fine. Shards. Shards are the building blocks of the game. Proper mods and no shards, your build sucks. Proper shards and no mods, your build still works. Just not as well. I don't really like the dragon nerf, but I understand why they did it, you know? I mean, it was crazy. See how well this does. I'm gonna check this backdoor chieftain over here. That's actually low compared to like all of the onslaught pushers and all that. 17k is not super high. There's quite a few people at the cap, which is 50,000. But none of it matters. You know, it's all points sitting there, not doing anything. Your ascension level is a grind early on, and then you quickly realize that it's a trivial stat that doesn't mean anything, and you start ignoring it later in the game. Unless you're a little epeen flexer. Well, I mean, I've been playing the game for 10 years, Freepy. Well, I mean, you knew it was broken, War Death. You can only blame yourself for that one. You spend a bunch of money on something that you know is broken, and then it gets fixed, all your money's thrown away. I mean, only one person to blame for that one. I hate to be the guy, but, you know, I mean, come on, dude. It was broken as all hell. That's why you just don't buy in and spend a bunch of money on the flavor of the month. Because as soon as that gets fixed, then you just, you know, you threw it all away. New update's fun. It's got some less than popular changes in it. But overall, I've been enjoying it. I think the hero is fun to play with. She's got some cool defenses. Well, I mean, if you bought the All Heroes pack is the way to go there, Freepy. No, there's been no change to gold gain. Probably. I would think that the new pass will come when the new maps come. I mean, that isn't confirmed yet, but that would be my guess. I think it's a pretty fair guess. What do we got here? We got Mildly Annoyed Cloud and Jeb. Well, the update came last week. We're expecting a hotfix today. I've done like hundreds of hours of live streams doing it live, Renan. There is no strategy. In the current state of the game, you'd spam down Nimbus clouds. It's trivial content. But, I mean, you can go back and look at all the alt AP resets. I mean, there's literally hundreds of hours over the last several months. Yeah, Dungeon Defenders 1 got an update. New map. They reworked pure strategy mode. I'm very curious about that. Well, I mean, that would be a good thing, but that shard doesn't work very well. The problem is mobs hit too hard, so that would be I think that shard would be super cool if it was better. but it's just not good enough to be effective in endgame content anyway. It might be good early on, but in endgame content, it's awful. What up, Alexander? How you doing? Pretty smooth sailing here. Didn't expect it to clear quite this good. Yeah, hyper shard rework would be good. Aramir, no doubt. Well, I mean, the poison damage is a lot right now. They wouldn't want to do that. That would be like an exact copy of the hit-based mod. So adding that in as a shard wouldn't be very creative of them. But I mean, the poison damage is significant right now. What it shows on the tooltip is not accurate. It's doing much more than that. What gets nerfed in games is the things that people complain about. Trees were something that people complained about. I mean, we're lucky they didn't nerf them harder. That's why there's not enough people complaining about things being too weak, and there's too many people complaining about things being too strong. That right there equals nerf bat in every game. Now, trees were super effective. A lot of people were using them. Remember, what the average player sees is not anything. There's not very many players, particularly not very many endgame players that play public matches. So you don't really see what's going on. Chromatic, of course, they have all the metadata, so they know exactly what's going on, you know? Poor little Betsy. Just always getting slapped. I saw you say hi all 17 million times, Taylor, and I responded back to you on the very first one. So, I'm not really sure what else you're asking for, man. Let's see it. Let's see that crystal egg laying on the ground. I don't speak any French now. Nope. No crystal egg. No crystal Betsy for me. Boo. Do it again. I don't even know any bad words in French. I know bad words in a lot of languages, but I don't know any bad words in French. I'll have to work on that. A brand new player, I would probably say the EV and the Mercenary would be two really, really good first choices. You got a 10 melee chip? Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with getting some 10s, you know? That seemed really, really good. It seemed to hold super well. It's like every content update, every time there's a content update, they'll rotate those skins. So it's not super frequent, but it is, you know, multiple times per year. Not certain that's the way to go on the walls. I'm just trying to think for after the hotfix hits, you know? Let me get my buff beam down first, since that was a bit of a challenge here. The reflect beam is not actually here to reflect, in case you all were curious why the placement is so bad. It's just there for destructive pylon. Let me put that one a little bit too far back. There we go. We got a 6th one in that time. Thanks for following there, Taken. Appreciate it. There's 2 I placed up front. We're getting frozen real bad. Thanks, Aircar. Appreciate it. Come on, you can do it. Get in there. A little wonky on that last one, but see, that leaves me 180. I mean, we can still throw them up here. It is a little bit more upfront damage, but just with the extra DU. What does that leave me? 60? Actually probably will work. Not the exact same build as last time, but pretty close. Pretty close. Well, the maps I'm sure are already done. It's too late to get suggestions for the maps, but I think that's a great idea. There, Wardeath. The maps are probably not fine-tuned, but the basic of the map will already be complete. We don't know. Yeah, piercers have basically not been really used super heavily, so anybody that's been grinding likely has a piercer sitting. What up, Buddy Beats? How you doing, man? It won't be the same as DD1. I don't think people will be able to handle it. People would throw a fit. In DD1, it moves, it charges and will move defenses, so it will move your walls and stuff. In all the DD games besides DD2, but DD2 has more of a casual element to it. A casual grind element, not so much a strategic element. Oh no! Berserker got through. I didn't even see that one. We didn't lose a wall, didn't we? Wall's still there. It's just bad placement. Ran around. Oof. Went so smooth on the first run. Went downhill on the next one. We're all locked up or something. Hopefully it's not a game crash. Oh, there's some sneaky girls. That is for sure. Cryo, or, Highwell had made he photoshopped it, of course, but he made a really good image of a berserker jumping over a wall, a blockade back in the day. Funniest thing ever. He did so well at it, it looked good. They haven't said a whole lot of info taken. All they've said is that pufferfish are going to need piercer servo afterwards and line of sight. And if everything goes smooth with the update, then it will be, you know what, we could just do this, and then we got no issue, because those pufferfish up front weren't really doing much. And then if things go smooth with the update, then it will come, it'll get submitted to PlayStation and Xbox for certification. So that is all we know so far. I mean, I'm sure there will be some changes in it. They're not going to roll out a hotfix just for that. You know, it will have other stuff. It doesn't right now, but it will after the hotfix. Is the TLDR. You know what? We can actually do this. And they all will have good line of sight. And we'll change it up just a little bit. So the pufferfish being able to pierce geodes is actually a bug. And then the quote-unquote nerf is going to be that they'll require line of sight. We don't know exactly in what form. That was one of the reasons I wanted to use them right now. That way we can get it before and after. No, they will still have... It requires line of sight. That doesn't mean it doesn't have wall hacks. I'm assuming the spines will still go through walls. Because if not, it'll basically render the defense completely useless because we're going to lose. I mean, this map would be fine, but a lot of maps we would lose just a ton of projectiles. I mean, we'll have to see how it rolls out. I mean, we'll go through all the patch notes and all that stuff once the update lands. And then the sooner this update lands, assuming everything runs smoothly with it, the sooner it will all get submitted to consoles for certification. So, everybody keep your fingers crossed, yo. That way, consoles can get the update too. Need our console brothers and sisters to be able to play as well. This is the one wonky one on the end. And then that leaves 140. I mean, do I want to do anything else with the 140? I don't really feel like I do. I mean, we can just do this. Actually, we got another 60 left, so 160, which is perfect for that and a destructive pylon. All right, let's get it. Just kind of farming good times or spooky. There's nothing in the game I need, so I'm never really ever farming anything in particular. Just a map that I haven't played in a long time, and I never got a Earth Crystal Betsy, but now we can roll them. So I figured I would get myself another Crystal Betsy. I've got 3 of them now, but if I get one more, I can do all the elements. It's super low. I don't think they published an official drop rate on that, but I can tell you I've opened probably about 500 boxes. I've only gotten 2 of them. It's crazy low. Other people have opened like 1 stack and gotten multiples. So, you know, it's an RNG thing, but the drop chance of them is going to be pretty low. The element rerolls. Yeah, if you got 1 out of 10, you had the best luck of anyone in the entire world. There's literally no one that had that kind of luck. You would be the only one. I mean, like I said, I have terrible luck in all games I play, except Path of Exile. Path of Exile is usually pretty good to me. But in every other game I play, I never get any drops. And I opened, I don't know exactly how many. It was probably about 500 boxes. And got 2. Snakeskin armor is a uncommon drop from the Wild West map, Chaos 8 and higher. Probably the best overall armor mod in the game. You're just going to use that on every hero. It's just so good. Snakeskin. Just pay attention to the lanes. Do what the lanes tell you to do. I mean, 29 and 30 that's like Chaos 7 tier. So it's not super hard. But you have to pay attention. If it says the enemies take reduced magic damage, then don't throw down magic damage defenses, you know? Remember, everything or not everything, but a lot of things in Onslaught are not just a nerf, they're a buff as well. Like in that example, magic does less damage, but physical does more damage, so you would want to use physical defenses. It's not expeditions, so you're not going to be able to go in and spam the same stuff on every map until you get decked out, and then it becomes absolute sleeper mode. C10 is floor 700. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. But C10 doesn't start until floor 700. So a regular Chaos 10 expedition is more difficult than floor 699. That is about the slowest way you could farm unlocks, though. Generally speaking, no one except the kiddos that like to flex care too much about Onslaught. You have to do it for ancient power resets, and outside of that, there's not a whole lot of people that really care too much about Onslaught. I mean, if you like it, then that's the right thing to play, but don't play it unless you like it. All about the enjoyment factor, you know? It's a grindy mofo. Every Dungeon Defenders game is. So make sure you're enjoying every aspect of it. Yeah, I mean, Onslaught, it just doesn't matter. War Death. Like, it's not a flex at all. Like, people try to use it as a flex, but it's the second highest difficulty content in the game. So, 945, or Wave 71 in Survival is slightly harder than 945, and that's only Wave 71. They got carried. Anybody can do it if they get carried. I mean, they didn't get carried, but they didn't build, you know, and they were in a group. So you're in a group with people that have done AP resets. You've basically done AP resets too, because the bonuses are group wide. What's going on there, Queen? How you doing? Diabolical, what's up, man? How you been? Walls are definitely taking much more damage than I like. I know dozens of people that have the 999. Or you mean the Ancient Power Emblem? No one has hit that. The highest person, I believe, is Savage Beast, and he's at like 600 or 700. But no one's hit that. I mean, that is just a crazy grind. Anybody that hits that has got more patience than I, that's for sure. But yeah, no one has that emblem. No one's even close to it. I mean, the highest is, like I said, I think anyway, Savage Beast is probably the highest, and he's still hundreds of resets away. Well, I mean, it's not a challenge, it's a grind. Do you have a patience level for that type of grind? There's zero challenge to it. It's just going through the motions over and over and over and over again. Figure from 50 to 999, it's going to take 3 to 4 hours to do each one. So you're 950 times, just say 4 hours. That's how many hours it would take of just straight constant grind. See it. Well, I mean, the thing is when you're the person at the top, they're going to be looking at your account. No Betsy egg for me. Boo. Try it one more time since we got a win and a loss there. Aramir was doing it. I think his fastest run was like 3.5 hours, but that's super, super quick. For me, they've been about 5 hours, but I don't rush. I usually do it, well, I only do it on live streams, and I just kind of chill and chat. But I know Aramir has done one in 3.5 hours. Savage Beast has done so many. I'm sure he's got it down to an art form now. I mean, he's basically he's doing it automated. He just knows exactly where he's going to place every defense on every map. And I mean, you do that many resets, you're going to be a master of it, right? But like I said, the deal there is just is not a challenge at all. The deal is the level of patience in it, pretty absurd amount. That is just heavy, heavy, heavy grind. It's the only guaranteed way. So yeah, that would make it the best. Well, I mean, the best way is you find one laying on the ground, but your odds of that happening are non-existent. Not that you'll not find one, but find one that you need. So the only guaranteed ways to get one is either re-rolling it yourself or buying it from another player. I mean, it would be wonderful if we all found all the mods we needed just from play, but that's not realistic. The drop chance is just so low, you know? I'm curious to see if this build will still work after the update today. Forgot a buff beam again. Or a booster. What's going on, Grex? How you doing? It's just a matter of opinion. Once again, it's just a massive grind. So there is no best map. It's how you feel like playing. And you're going to have to do it a million times, farming for clusters. So you have to pick your experience, you know, what you want it to be. For complete AFK farming, I usually do Unholy Catacombs. And then for active play, I'll normally do Ember Mount. Oh, see, I got them all in there that time without any issue. There's 5 of them. Yeah, there's 5 of them there. Well, he didn't say no more wall hacks is the thing. He said it will need line of sight. If they completely remove wall hacks, the wall hacks thing was an add-on that other people interpreted out of it because him saying it need line of sight. If they truly make it so that wall hacks won't work, then the defense is going to be bricked on 75-80% of the maps. Because they're just going to hit, you know, with that high lob, they're just going to hit stuff, you know? So, I mean, I'll be shocked if they don't have wall hacks still. They'll just need line of sight. No, that is I'm pretty sure that's a community-created interpretation. For a lot of people, wall hacks means targeting through walls, which it does, I guess, kind of. I guess it depends on your description of what wall hacks are. Uh-oh. What was that? Uh-oh. God dang. Straight up got rolled. Alright, so maybe the build's is still suspect at times. Lost a werewolf on that one. Get the shards you need. That is the tip to get started. Ignore mods until you're in Chaos 7 or Chaos 8. I mean, don't completely ignore them. If you get a 10 out of 10, keep it. Try a little different wall placement there. Actually, I think the wall placement was good. I'm just not sure what happened. For some reason, the chieftain didn't get targeted. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to me, wall hacks means it can target through walls. So if that's not, he may have used those words. But I would just be shocked if the projectiles couldn't go through walls. Just because it's just gonna cause so many issues on so many maps. Alright, it should have no range shots going through. There's no published time. We don't know when it's coming. We don't even know it's going to come today. We're hopeful that it will come today. But we got no guarantee on any of that yet. So no published update time or anything like that. I mean, it could come right any second. Or it might not be till tomorrow. You know, we have no real idea. I'm going to have to see if Chromatic does a stream today. I'm not sure if they will or not, but they might have give some information. They're the only people that know for sure, you know? Well, I mean, Augie, he hasn't done one in weeks, but Augie's been doing them. But if he specifically said no stream, I would assume there's no stream, you know? I would rather have 6 of these here. God, that is so sketchy, that one hanging over the edge. Because I don't really, those ones that I was putting up front, I don't think they're really doing much of anything. Let's just do that. Let's go with without the ones up front and an extra one there. And see how it holds up here. Well, when I did it was when it first launched, and it was all a race. It was much more difficult then. So, like, Tier 1, I think it took us like 7 hours. Chaos 1, Chaos 2 took probably 7 or 8 hours. Chaos 3 was 7 or 8 hours. But it was a contest, one per week for 7 weeks in a row. That's how that originally went. We don't have any info, Chris. It was just teased that we might be getting a hotfix today. No super solid info on it yet. Let me look and see if I got any more infos here. They're working on it, is basically all I got. They are hard at it. That's the thing everybody needs to realize is, I mean, they want a great game that we're all gonna love too. They're not like purposefully torturing anyone with the dragon nerfs or anything, you know. I mean, they want us to have a game that we all love. In fact, the bulk of the, if not all, I know that at least 75% of the dev team that works on DD2 were massive Dungeon Defenders 1 players for many, many, many years. So, I mean, they're very invested. That's the part that drives me nuts when people are so cruel to them. Is there is nobody that wants these games to be awesome more than the people that are working on it. And they're doing everything they can, you know. Of course, the internet is the internet. We all know how that goes. Because that's what people were crying about, was the Dragon's Nest. I mean, look at the Barb. You don't hear anybody screaming nerf Barb. And it's like the most broken thing in the game. You hear it a lot. You hear it a lot now. I think a lot of that might be memes nowadays, too. You hope they lower the SDU cost? I don't think they'll lower the SDU cost. But I hear you. I hear you. I mean, you got to use them differently now. That's for sure. Yeah, man. These werewolves are getting slapped. I better check and make sure I got shards on them. Because I borrowed his relic the other day. I thought I moved everything back. Well, actually, he's got 9 million health, so I gotta have his relic on it at least. These guys are taking mad damage, though. Are they? Oh, the shots aren't making it down here. Gotta go back to the other werewolf strat, I think. The one that did on the first run. Well, you just upgrade your stuff. They said that they're not going to add another tier, but you would just upgrade your stuff. I mean, everything that I have was Chaos 8 at one point, you know? And you use the crafting system to upgrade your things. Oh, this is no good. Because we want to apples to apples. And what did I have the first time I put this, like, back here, right? I'm trying to get something so we can compare it before and after the hotfix. I think he was talking about the Barb show. I'm not positive there. Don't quote me on that, but... I think this might be better. It looked like when the enemies were at the walls, the fish weren't hitting them anymore. Well, I mean, survival is the end game. Or are you climbing Onslaught now? Yeah, it's forced usage in those situations. Yeah, it doesn't get any more endgame than survival. That is for sure. Yeah, these guys are taking a walloping, man. It's really good crafting materials. I tried to do it, but I got bored with it after 100 floors. It's just so... I don't know, it's just so dull. Guys are not getting slapped too bad. I think it's just all down to the placement, because they had a bunch of enemies on them. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No, the Cursed Aura doesn't make them take more damage. It slows their attack. That's why they're not healing as fast. How many resets you do is completely up to you, Carb. There's no real wrong answer. Yeah, but in Onslaught, you don't have to have Shill spend 3 hours rerolling maps before you play. That's the other nice thing. Once you get to high tier. I'm glad they put survival in, though. I mean, it is a shame that the only viable push strat is dragons, but sure beats sitting there being a slappy boy on the barb. I guess you can do the slappy boy barb strat, too. But to each their own. I just like to have fun. And there's zero. That is anti-fun, in my opinion. survival run you were doing last night was chaotic and you loved it. That's awesome. I don't dislike the barb. I mean, I'm not a fan of melee characters in third-person games, in any third-person game. I would just rather play a ranged character. It's not the barb. It's the concept of the barb breaks all game mechanics. That's what I don't like. Struggling? Hop on your barb. Got to a point where you can't push any more floors? Hop on your barb. That's what I hate about it. It's not the barb himself, even though he does look like a crack dealer. Not gonna lie there. Trying to get IHDC to remove Bouncing Phoenix having Pierce so you could spawn camp people. Terminator used to do that all the time at Xbox in town. No egg for me. Boo. They fixed it? Well, I mean, that's a good thing. Could you imagine being a brand new player, loading into town and getting one-tapped? I would, on Xbox back then, I would load in, and if I saw Terminator's name, I would instantly exit game. Because I know he was going to kill me. All right, let's see what we got out of those rounds. Not a whole lot of anything. What am I looking for? I'm putting a set together, another set. Looks like I've got the components now. I could use better boots. That's a pretty decent helmet. That's a pretty decent snakeskin. And that's a pretty decent gloves. I think I could use better boots. The barb does stupid levels of damage and is unkillable. So it looks like I've got the base pieces to work on. I just need the mods. I want another hero damage set. I looked through and all of my hero damage sets all have buff chips on them. So I want to get another hero set that's hero damage set that does not have buff chips. What do I even need? I don't know about that one. I got those. I got healthy. It's like I need a swap for the... A swap for chest and head. And I've blown all of those thousands of reroll tokens I had. I blew them all, making all those reroll videos. Take a look and see who's in town. I like the thought of set bonuses. Yeah. I don't know about like I think the rifted gear in DDA may have backfired on them a little bit. So I don't think they'll necessarily do anything like that. But I do like the whole set bonus thing. I think set bonuses are awesome. Well, it's like expedition farming in DD2. I mean, as far as farming the base gear, in every Dungeon Defenders game, it's AFK. You know, you're farming armor sets in DD1, you're going to load into Infested and sit there and spam it out AFK. That's just the nature of the grind, you know? I mean, I'm going to have to lower... Do I even still have any of those stupid winter pets in my... I saved way too many of them. Nah, mine all sold. What did I have for the weekly? Goblins. I've actually almost 2/3 of the way done. Didn't even realize. That would be Griblocks, right? Is that the goblin map other than going AFK and Demon's Lair? We can do some grabs. We can swap it up and do some different defenses. Won't just spam. I wanted to get those runs in on the bird. That way we can do a before and after, assuming the hotfix comes today. Thanks for following there, Izzy Meister. That one doesn't really bother me too much. I don't know. Let's see. What do we want? Jellyfish. Let's do jellyfish. Yeah, water spirits could use a nice buff. I gotta say, though, as far as the models go, I like the little water guys the least. I don't know. What do you guys think? All the defenses feel a little bit Little Mermaid to me. I don't know. But I think I like that one the least. We don't have enough for anything, huh? Good enough. What's up, Penny? How you doing? Because nothing has changed and every hero is basically the same now. So it just seems kind of a waste of time. That, and I used to put like 18, 20 hours into each one of those videos. It just wasn't a good use of my time. But I mean, with every hero basically having the exact same build, I just, what do you do? How many times do you have to make a video saying use defense rate, anti-melee, and anti-chaos? It's the funnest time in the game there, Penny, when you don't know what you're doing. As soon as you figure it all out, it turns into a grind. Well, I mean, I've been so aggressive this week. Don't expect that every day. You guys don't realize to put out the number of videos I've put out over the last several days since the update hit. We're talking 18-hour days. A lot of people are under the impression that you record a 15-minute video, upload it, and you're done. That's definitely not the process. So it's been I won't be able to keep pace with what I've been doing here this week. Not and remain married, anyway. The wife ain't having it. Oh, you know what? I should have put range on him instead of going with the double stack. I'm excited for the apprentice blockade change. I'm very curious. He didn't say that was going to make it in this hotfix, did he, El? Let's change that. Let's get rid of destruction and go with like deadly strikes. Oh, it did. Well, that's awesome. I mean, that will answer the issue of high build cost too, because that will be such a massive DU savings. Banshee, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Well, the deal with them, you know, they were changed in the update where they would eat projectiles. But the problem is they were still, hex throwers were still putting the curse on the ground, making it so that it didn't matter. You know, eat the projectile all you want. If there's a curse on the ground, it's not going to work it out. So the new thought is they'll eat curses as well. Well, I mean, everyone did. You got to remember, there's a very large community outside of Discord there. There was many people complaining about that. Yeah, they're public matches on US West there, Panda Bears. Feel free to hop on in. Defender medals, Penny. It's a free-to-play game, so of course that's unlocking characters is one of the monetization systems they have. Oh man, that wasn't good. I think they should, to be honest. I mean, I play on US West, and I love the fact that it's basically empty servers, and I have my way with whatever I want to do, and I never have server issues, and there's just never, ever a problem on US West, you know? And I love that aspect of it. But on the same note, I think it will make the game feel way less empty if they did that. So, I mean, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, I saw all the Discord conversation. I don't participate a whole lot on that server, but I do read through it. Yeah, it's a regional database issue. I played the new map, JC, but I haven't played it on survival yet. I got the unlock, so I can pop in and play it on survival. But I have not put in the grind to unlock the waves yet on that new map. The update should be submitted to consoles for certification after today's hotfix. I don't know. They haven't given any timelines yet. I would guess it'll be a month or whatever. That's a buff beam. Yeah. That's normal. It just rarely gets used like this. I think that's probably a goal date when the battle pass ends. I don't know that for sure, of course, but... And then that date, they haven't really talked about it. So, I mean, that date may just be a placeholder, you know? I don't know, Panda Bear. That's what I was saying. It might be a placeholder. It might be targeted. I mean, we don't know. They haven't really said anything about it. So it's all assumptions at this point. What are you at now? It's pretty quick to complete. I mean, you spend a lot of hours watching DD2 streams. I would assume you're playing while you're watching. I mean, if so, you will no doubt complete it. You're at 34 right now? I mean, if you focus on it, you'll definitely complete it. You know? I completed it in the first few days, but... God dang it. Lost him again. I completed it in the first few days, but on that same note, survival was bugged. So, you know, it was basically... For anybody that hit the ground running when it came out, they completed it instantly. But it was also just because survival was bugged, you know? I mean, it's pretty normal, really. I don't care that there's nothing else past it. I think that the Battle Pass was really good. I think it served a huge purpose. It gave players that didn't necessarily have a reason to log in and play the game a reason to log in and play the game. And, I mean, like, if you look at other major games out there right now that have a Battle Pass, like, say, Diablo 4, you complete Diablo 4's Battle Pass long before you're level 100, you know? So before you even get to max level, you're done with it. I think it's good. I think it's got a good amount of rewards. You know, if you grind everything really, really hard the second it comes out, you're going to complete it right away. You know, we all want the new maps to come. Well, by the end of the first day, we're all going to have the weapons for the new maps because we grinded the living crap out of it. The update actually looks pretty good, JC. I logged into the PTR last night, and I don't want to put any, I don't want to get any false hope about it, but it actually looks pretty good, surprisingly. Some of the Barbarian builds look like very Path of Exile-ish, like covering the map with the little... what are they called? The little tornado thingies? I mean, you can do some crazy, crazy builds now. So, I mean, I don't want to put too much faith in Blizzard. Oh, my hopes were non-existent. I mean, I logged into the PTR. I actually spent so little time in the PTR because they got these really terrible watermarks on the screen that just, I couldn't stand. But I will log some time in it before it's all over. I mean, you get the loot for free. Never opening D4 again. Well, I mean, we all said that about D3 on launch week 2 show. They'll make it good. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take them to make it good, you know? Oh, I hated D3 at launch. I made it through the campaign and stopped right then. There is no PTR team, Jay. Oh, wow. Dang, Corporal. How many Gobus did I get there? My problem with D3 is I went into it with the expectation of D2. And that you can't ever go into a new game when you absolutely love the last game, going into it with an expectation it's going to be the same, because it's always going to be different. And with that in mind, it'll never live up to your expectations. Pow World was super fun. To be honest, I'm not really overly excited about the changes coming for Pow World. The PvP and stuff. You know, there's other really good PvP games. I just don't see why you would play Pow World for PvP. It's like DD2. I mean, if they put PvP in DD2, I don't think I'd play it. I don't think anybody would play it, to be honest. No, but I mean, in DD1, just to get the achievements, the PvP achievements, I had to split screen and kill myself because I couldn't get a game. You know? Try, Let's do some crabs this time. Warframe PvP is beyond bad, I think, is the problem. I mean, there was no effort put into it, so there's no balance or anything. Sadly, my first Warframe PvP experience came from Sophisticus. And that is not the right person to have your first PvP experience with. Because he's just going to spawn camp you because he can. Damn it, Sophisticus. What do we got? We going to try the Krabby Crabs? I guess let's try the crabs. It's not showing up. I'll exit out after this one. Maybe it was because I hit continue or something. Come on, little buff beam. There we go. Game crashing on you? Oof. Well, they did some really good stability updates as part of this last update. So hopefully we continue to get more and more of that. I like the crab. I mean, it's definitely got that cutesy Disney look to it. But I think they did a great job on the model. I think it looks good. And the squid projectile is just awesome. This is not going to end well, I don't think. All the defenses look pretty good. I don't really care for the water sprite, but I think the rest of them all look really good. And like I said, they got that little bit of Disney thing going with them. But I mean, that's all right. I got no problems with that. You got you a juicy head flare? Nice. Would you get that one from Harambe yesterday? Yeah, man, it's a big old mess pushing down towards the wall. How am I doing there? Oh, we didn't get that many goblins. Nice. Nice. When I have time. I don't have time to usually watch a lot of streams, so. I do a lot of lurking, but you'll almost never see me really talking in chat a whole lot. But I only watch viewer streams too. If someone streams any game, unless it's a game that, you know, that I'm just curious about or whatever and I want to check it out, I watch people stream those. But as far as Dungeon Defenders 2 streamers go, there's plenty of viewers that watch my streams that stream. So that's the streams I'm going to watch. If someone's not part of this community, I'm never going to watch their streams, really. I gotta watch people's streams that are watching me, you know? That one new game? That is such a generic statement there, Panda. How am I supposed to know what one new game you're talking about? You know what other tower defense game? Terraria is a great game. I'm way, way, way overdue for a Terraria playthrough, but there's just too many games going on. You know, DD1 update, DD2 update. Oh, god dang it. That ruined us right there, huh? The DU's not refreshing fast enough. Oh yeah, we done. No, I thought that one was gonna get it. That one new game? The new game? Oh, I haven't played that one yet, no. Like I said, there's an enormous amount of games to play right now, so just with the DD2 update, the DD1 update, and the PoE new league, I mean, there is no more hours left in the day, and I'm like way behind on the PoE league. There's in this situation, they're not going to be very good. But in a situation where you're combining them with other things, they could be good the rest of the night. Oh, they hit like an absolute truck, and they got massive splash damage. So, I mean, their damage per DU is not an issue, in my opinion. I mean, they slap. Just need to watch the flyers. They're not doing a great job on prioritizing flyers at all. Yeah, but I mean, does a defense need Destructive Pylon to clear Chaos 10? If it does, then we might want to think about whether or not we use that one. You know. Well, I mean, the walls are far from immune. They were getting wrecked on the Betsy runs. They used to be immune. Their attack rate was definitely quite the slapdown on those. Yeah, their attack speed got lowered, which also means they don't hit as hard. They're still ridiculously good. Or they don't heal as frequently, I should say. Like before, they would instantly beat a full Like in those Betsy runs earlier, we were having to repair them all the time because they were taking too much damage. They couldn't keep up. In the old update, that wouldn't have happened. Got some weird lens flare stuff going on there. Grab down. As soon as the DU refreshes, I'll throw some stuff down over here. Oh, you know what? I haven't checked the Spectral Knights at all since the... Oh shit, they don't have a Relic equipped. Never mind. That is not a good idea. See if I can be some bait here. There we go. Oh, weird. What the hell? That was so weird. There's one not attacking and one attacking. We did. As soon as this hotfix goes through today, the hotfix did not drop yet. Assuming it hits today, if all goes well with it, then they're going to be sending it off to certification. So, you know, may not be the news that console players are looking for, but it is news, you know. Well, I mean, if they submit it this afternoon, the earliest it would be back would be tomorrow afternoon. I don't think this is the map to do for goblins. I think we would have killed way more of them. I do have a message from a chromatic. I'm not going to say exactly what it says because that would be not the thing to do, but I will say that they're working on it. All right. How many did we get? So we got nothing. The map, it's got a lot of goblins. It just doesn't have enough enemies, period. I go through the Steam stuff once a day. I thought that was the one. Is that, I mean, I guess not. But yeah, it's just not completing. I mean, I've only got 1,700 kills today in total on all the maps. Oh, the C1 version. That's true. Because the goblin is the special enemy. I didn't think about that. Well, I mean, that would be the fastest way to get it done. I hate to do it, but I want to get it done. I want my DMs. Let's do it, y'all. Let's get the real struggle on here. I didn't even think about that with Chaos 1's special enemy being a goblin. Normally, I just load up Demon's Lair and watch a show or whatever. got 300 enemies. So, good few enemies. Going up way quicker. I mean, everything is a goblin, right? Damn near. I need some DMs so I can switch weapons. I've been looking for any excuse to switch bows on my hunter, and I finally got one. But actually, I got enough defender medals now. But another 1,200 sure would be nice. I always use 2, but I'm going to switch from single 4 and blinking to go back to Earth Guardians again. And I got mixed emotions on whether or not using the Malachi bow or the... I really like that tsunami. The shot type of the tsunami just is... I think is just super cool. I wouldn't expect to get any range back from the Dragon's Nest Snazzy, but we don't know yet. The hotfix hasn't launched. As soon as it hits, we'll go through all the stuff, though. But we don't know what all is going to be in it except what was teased. And what was teased was the pufferfish needing piercer and line of sight. The Earth Guardians is awesome. I like the shot type on it. The only problem I ever had with the Earth Guardians is I hate that it's so single target. And if, you know, you're trying to shoot a roller butt and a goblin pops his head up, shot missed. You know, that's the one thing I didn't like about the Earth Guardians. I mean, it takes single target to a whole new level. I went through and did the math on all the bows again. Artie said he wasn't planning to update his sheet, so I just went through and did it. And single 4 is 1/100th of DPS less than Earth Guardians per point of hero damage. Yeah, I'm digging the aquarium too. I'm gonna go hero damage. That's what I'm putting that new set of armor for, is for her. I'm excited to see what we can do with these ice shards once they get things dialed in. But I mean, I do recognize that ability power is so much ridiculously stronger. I didn't think about the ice orbs, though. The ice orbs just wrecking them, huh? I feel like the shot is a little bit slow. But I do like the concept of it. Piercing enemies, giving us the element by default. You're doing like 12 to 15 mil per hit with the spinny balls? That's pretty damn good. Plus, it's got that blade vortex vibe to it, you know. Gotta love some blade vortex. How you doing there, Patty? Welcome, welcome. Quite a few viewers from Germany. It's actually the second highest viewership country. I think Germany's got a lot of Dungeon Defenders fans. You gotta follow the orbs with the cam? Oh man, that's gonna make me dizzy. I don't want to do it. No, they said no stream today. They got a bunch of stuff going on. They're all busy boys and girls today. Yeah, see, we've already gotten more kills just off of this map than we got off of running C10, what, 3 times? Or was it 2 times? I think it was 3 times. I think that's a good thing. You know, hate to be that way, but if CG is streaming, then they're not working on the games. They're streaming. So, hate to be a slave driver and all, but them not streaming is always a good thing. That means they're busy getting shit done. Getting it done. See if the spinny balls will handle Chaos 1 with hero damage. Where they're busy nerfing all the fun towers. Well, sadly that comes along with when you say they're getting stuff done. They might be nerfing everything. The mercenary is pretty strong. The dryad is pretty strong. I mean, for as far as just resets, I mean, I would have to say dryad, you know. But remember, that's not why you use an alt. That's a side benefit of using an alt, is you get the free carry for the resets. The real reason you use an alt is for the double crafting materials and, you know, double all the things. It cuts the grind in half. And it's a grindy game, you know? You definitely gotta appreciate the grind to really appreciate DD2. Yeah, you have to either actively DPS or throw anti-heal on something. You can do Chaos 10 without walls as long as, I mean, if you just slap anti-heal down, easy peasy. If you want to. No one, including me, should ever tell you how to spend your defender medals. You earned them. So, you know, everyone's goal will be different. If your goal is to get all the shards you need, then yeah, by all means. But what if your goal is to get a new hero? You know, so don't let me or anybody else tell you how to spend them. The thing that makes getting shards with defender medals so good is you're going to be using those shards through your entirety of gameplay. So none of it is being thrown away, you know? This is too boring. I can't do another one. I'll get it completed when I get it completed. It's just too damn boring. Shard dust has always been useful. If you're looking for a shard. I mean, now it would actually be less useful. Because before it had the huge quality of life that came along with freeing up an inventory spot. Where now assuming you have the shard vault, you don't need that inventory spot anymore. You can just throw the shard in your vault, your shard vault. So, I mean, like for me personally, I've always used my shard dust anytime I was trying to gild a shard. It's a third shard slot, Frank the Tank. Third shard slots generally are going to be, you know, use whatever you want. Well, you said you've got all the heroes. Fishers with any quality, even a 1 out of 10, Fisher of Embermount mod, completely trivialized Chaos 9. Literally spam them at the spawn and go make a sandwich. How many did we get there? I don't know how many we got off of that. But that's way too boring to sit there and grind 4,000 or 3,000 more mobs on. You get the mod anywhere. That was 1,000. I mean, that's not bad. It's just I saw I had enough defender medals to swap weapons. Is the problem. So now I'm not as rushed, I guess. I mean, it'll finish today just through natural play without going out of my way to do anything. Let's do that. Farewell, single 4. You have been kind. I'm not even going to keep it. I'm just going to trash it. Don't want it no more. There we go. Now I got me Earth Guardians going again. How hero-specific mods work is if you have them in your deck, it gives you an increased chance to get it. And if you play actively, it gives you even a much greater chance to get it. So, for example, if I was looking for a mod for this hunter, I'd want to play this hunter actively through the waves. And that will give me the greatest chance of getting that mod. And then if you drop down to Chaos 1 difficulty, it takes a lot of the other mods out of the pool. So then you've got even a greater chance. But I never do that because I always get the mods right away. Like, you know, for example, I've been working on this mod. I got this mod within 2 maps just playing her actively. And then I just had to re-roll it. All right, weapon done. Rip defender medals. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for the other one yet. I'm still unsure which one of these I want to use. It'll be one of these 2 bows. And then I've got a focused to go on it. I've got another bouncing phoenix already to go on it. And then I don't know what I'll do for the third. Maybe get another lucky strikes and roll it. Because these are all real fast firing. It'll stack lucky strikes like instantly. Yeah, come on, man. Let's do it. Demon's Lair. There's no changes to metas there, too. The range on Dragon's Nests make you use the dragons differently. But there's Hasn't really been a meta change in many, many years. What do we want to do? I mean, if we're just doing Demon's Lair, it doesn't matter what we do. We can do Jellyfish. All right, let's do it. It's that one, Panda. It's that one. You don't need 10 out of 10 mods, but 10 out of 10 mods will make your life easier. If you're going to use defense rate, you need it to be 10 out of 10 in Chaos 8 or higher. There's a big difference between a 9 out of 10 and a 10 out of 10 mod. It's not game-changing except for a few exceptions. Like tenacity, defense rate. You definitely will want 10s on all of those. Guess we'll go without a buff beam. I don't need it anyway. All right, we good. We got Panda Bear. We don't have a... no, there's Panda Bear. You need 25 more? Well, I'm not going to do 25. But I'll do a few. Did you already do your weekly? The weekly's a bunch. AFK. Good lord, man. Oh, you didn't get a quest this week? Or you completed it already? Oh, would you die already? I got it. I need some more clusters. I'll do some cluster runs here. We can abuse the fish for however many minutes we have until the hotfix goes live. The XP is a set amount per map for the Defender Pass. No bow is ideal for high onslaught. Endgame content requires meta character use. The right answer for high survival or high onslaught is use the mercenary or barb. Thanks for subscribing there, Ash. We'll do one more here, Panda, and then I'm switching to do like some unholy catacombs. It says we'll abuse the fishes for a few more minutes until the update hits. Not really nerfed, more bug fixed than anything. We'll have to change the relic up after the update, and we'll have to think about our placements a little better. It depends on what, I guess it depends on how hard they swing the bat. Like if IHDC is just casually pinch hitting, it won't be too bad. But if he's doing full on like Happy Gilmore wind-ups, we're screwed. We'll have to see how it goes. That's what he's teased, but a tease is never all of the info. Ever. You know? So we'll have to see what all happens. All right, Harambe, well, enjoy your day. You joked that they would get a damage nerf? I mean, to be honest, I don't feel like their damage is... If you look at the damage per DU spent, it's not really higher than anything else. Well, I mean, you never look at tooltips in DD2. That's been rule number 1 for a decade now. So yeah, of course, tooltips aren't correct. Never ever look at the tooltips. Pat, with the bits, thank you so much. I do appreciate it a ton. All good, Scrappy. Feel free. What up, Savage Beast? How you doing? Oh, feel free. I don't care. I mean, it's a public game. Anybody that wants to join, feel free to hop in. I just need clusters, you know? So, I mean, if you just need XP... Boo. Well, at least it's a 10. Like I said, we'll do some abusing before the buff comes. No. I mean, I got no problem with playing and getting them. I'm gonna play anyway, you know. That's right. It's all janked. If this hotfix this afternoon goes smoothly, Savage Beast, then the update will be submitted to consoles. We don't know everything yet. We just know the teases. And this is the build that will no longer be, so let's enjoy it while we can. Because this build ain't going to function after the update. The build that will not be. We know that pufferfish will be getting changed so that they can't target. Oh, I never moved relics over. Good call, good call. That would have not gone well. Oops, wrong shard. It's all right, we've got the right one in here somewhere. There we go. That is like a 10-year-old bot command, Panda Bear. Like I said, I go through Steam messages once a day. And the problem is I'm full, so I've got to delete someone to accept new friends. Which I will definitely delete someone for you. I just don't know who that person is going to be yet. Delete Panda Bear for more Panda Bear? I mean, there's plenty of people I haven't played with in years. So finding somebody to delete is never an issue. I don't know. I mean, I would assume it's the right account, but I'm not sure. Like I said, that's literally like a 8-year-old bot command. I haven't even seen it used in ages. Been a while there, Diabolical. Well, I mean, it happens. It happens. I ain't gonna delete you. I'll delete somebody that no longer plays any of the games. Oh, is it my alt? Oops. Yeah, it's not the right account then. That must have been... I don't know when that would have been. When I set that up. What's going on there, Fallon? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that was just a matter of time. No, it'd be more like Juice's show's alt. I would never try to claim ownerships of the show. Mine used to be juice bags and not juice bags, but I got rid of the not juice bags when originally my wife used that account and I stored mods and stuff on it. And then when she just is like, nah, I'm done, I don't want nothing to do with any of that, then I took it over. Which was actually all of about 17 minutes. Shard farming at the moment. I'm just waiting for the update. I want to test the new things, but you know, we gotta give them time to get it done. Armor farming on DDA. Nice. I haven't logged into DDA in a minute. Don't want amazing things, just good enough. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know. I don't anticipate there will be any downtime today, but we never know. There could be. If they've got to do something back-end-ish, then there might be. Well, the friendly ghost was completely bugged, y'all. I mean, anyone who doesn't recognize that is... You gotta realize. It was not intended. That was not a nerf. That was completely a bug fix to bring it in line with all the other pets. I mean, they didn't intentionally put a pet in that did 10 times the amount of damage of everything else. You know? I'll be the first one out there to tell you dragons got nerfed. But the ghost... That wasn't a nerf. That was broken stuff. Yeah, you can get a few hundred hours of play out of that for sure. More sad about the Aura Fisher range nerf. I was actually kind of... The Fishers I could see, but the Auras... I was surprised how many people were upset about that. Because the Aura's still... I mean, I never used... I used a ginormous water Aura, I guess, when I had anti-heal on it. But I moved that off. I don't use it anymore. So, like, I looked at the Auras, I'm like, no big deal, you know? But a lot of people were quite upset about those Auras. Because I get more value out of it. I don't use diverse builds very often to get the crit chance all jacked up, and the only time you would get more value out of it is if you've got super high crit chance on your defense. So I lose a little bit of power when I'm not doing a build that has crit chance, which right now, the only thing I ever focus heavily on crit chance on is Mama Bird. So my Mama Bird is not as strong. So for my purposes, it is better. I don't think anybody's sleeping on it. Literally everyone uses that. And then on my buff beam, I use diffusion. And when you use diffusion on your buff beam, it's a significant damage loss. Going crit based with diffusion. Yeah, it's an apples thing though. Besides the like the game breaking stuff, like the dragon, the mama dragon. It's a very apples to apples thing. When you're AFK, when you don't even have mods, it becomes a pretty trivial issue with what mod you have, you know. But yeah, crit chance is, especially if you're in a situation where you're always going to be boosted and buffed. Most people use diverse power, diverse crit damage, and crit damage. There, Kenji. Like I said, I use mine a little differently. So if you're using your setup like most people, then that's what you should use. But since I don't use mine like most people, I don't have them set up like most people. You wish they'd remove mass destruction? I don't know about remove mass destruction. The problem is the bug. I mean, when mass destruction launched, it didn't stack. Exactly 1 week later, it started stacking. And it was considered an exploit for the longest time. And then they finally gave in and said, screw it, use it. We're not changing it. I mean, I guess it would be nice on that aspect if there was no destruction and rate shards, period, or mods. I think it would be nice if you could change your defenses more. You know, use a shard or a mod that makes it, I mean, doesn't turn it to a different defense, but gives it like some sort of different effectiveness. That would be pretty cool. What's up, Elmo? How you doing? Did they say something else? Let me look. I think it's still going to be here today. Unless they've said something else publicly. Well, I mean, IDHC doesn't follow those normie people hours. Yeah, I mean, it's not unusual to see him up at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. Hopefully not working on DD2. Hopefully playing a game himself. But I haven't seen anything else. And like I said, unless he posted something publicly saying it won't be happening today. What time is it anyway? It's what? It's just after 4 p.m. In Cromyville. So yeah, it's definitely getting up there, but I still think they'll get it done today. Well, let's see. We can check. We can stalk them on SteamDB and see what they're working on. Let's see. What does SteamDB say? They put a build on the testing 41 minutes ago. So I'm assuming they're testing the build and either found something that they need to change. I am a Skyguard, Batman. This build will not work after the hotfix, no. I think you could probably move it out more and get it to work, because then they'll have line of sight. But is it going to kill everything before they make it up top is the question. I mean, you could do a turtle build on this one pretty easily and like lace pufferfish around the core. But then you're turtle in a map that could go relatively fast, which is still a valid option, you know? Yeah. I mean, that'd be a good call too. Like El said, you could place walls, you could spawn camp more and go with walls down here and then puffers right in here, maybe? I don't think it's bad. I mean, I like the wall hacks. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to be the first person you see in DD1 or DDA firing up my wisps and DSTs and all the fun toys, you know? But I have no problem with them requiring line of sight. That, I mean, the defense hasn't even been out a week yet. So it's not like we're all ingrained into these habits that we've been using for multiple years, etc., you know? Sorry, y'all. The music keeps dying every time I tab off. Was checking the chromies to see if they had said anything. Harpoons just need that DDA harpoon effect, and DD1 got it too now, where it still requires line of sight, but that it won't collide if it shoots. So it won't shoot at something through a wall. Pardon me. It won't shoot at something through a wall. The plan right now, what they've said, Batman, is that this hotfix goes to PC, and if everything goes well, then it will be submitted for certification. So could be quick, could be slow. You know, it'll be in Sony and Microsoft's hands after today. Well, I mean, it's to fix issues with the update. We don't know the extent of it yet. I'm sure there will be quite a few bug fixes. I didn't have any issues with the shard vault. What was it doing? Some people said it was deleting their shards or whatever. Oh, yeah, I didn't have any of that. One of the luxuries of US West. Super smooth running server at all times. I never really have any sort of networking issues like that. That's not a bug. That's intended. Well, yeah, it was just something I never experienced. I never had any crashes or that long delay putting shards in. Yeah, I saw that. It was looping data, but like I could do a whole page and it was like, it would maybe bog down for like maybe a second. And then, boom, it was all good. Like 10 seconds in random crashes? Yeah, that sucks. Well, yeah, it's good they got that squared away, though. Well, I mean, that was a communication issue, you know? So the more of those they get fixed, the smoother the game will run overall. Alt-Tab cannot be fixed. The problem is that full-screen windowed mode is not truly full-screen windowed mode. So I think that's something to do with maybe... I mean, I don't know. But it's the only game that I play in full-screen windowed mode that I ever have a problem tabbing out with. And that's been an issue all, you know, forever. Like, I'm tabbed right now. That window is fully inactive. No music, no sound, no nothing. Until I bring the window back up. Rip Schnazzy build. Did I not? I guess I didn't. I dumped the mana too quick. There we go. Now I'll throw the mana on the ground. I'll find, this is one of my favorite late night chill watch a movie maps. So I will definitely find another way to use the Aquarian in a very chill type setup for this map. I mean, to be honest with you, I think if you just moved it to a puffer turtle build, and then everything is going to get annihilated so quick because all of the puffers are going to be hitting the enemies. Because like an enemy there, these puffers are going to be in range of, etc. Well, I mean, DD1 or DD2. I mean, DDA, any of them, really. I mean, they're all fun games. They're all well worth the money. The benefit you get with DD2, if you've never played any of the games before, is it's free to play. So, like, pop in, go through the campaign, and see if it's something that you like, and it won't cost you anything. But DD1 is fun, DDA is fun. I mean, they're all fun games. But, yeah, like I said, DD2 is being free to play. You know, you won't feel obligated to spend any money for your first couple hours of play. Do one more and then we'll switch it up. Going rogue? I mean, going rogue's fun, but that's not a tower defense game, so I don't recommend that to anybody for a tower defense game. Going rogue is super fun if you feel like spending $10 or whatever on something that you may only get 2 hours worth of play. It's a fun game to play through, but you're going to be done after a couple of hours and not feel motivated to like level up or anything. I like roguelikes that are more along the lines of like a Vampire Survivors type thing, personally. Do I like strategy games? I mean, it's all I really play is either strategy games or ARPGs. I don't really play any other kind of game for the most part. I guess I do play some farm some management type games, but I end up turning it into a low-key strategy game because the game for me becomes how to become a billionaire, like Stardew Valley. I don't care about the cutesy stuff, you know. For me, it's how much money can I make this farm making, you know, and I do everything based off of that. Yeah, I mean, this build is full AFK. Like, literally everyone can just sit here. I do like city skylines. You probably, I think Aramir is probably right. Probably are the only max level person in Going Rogue. I'm sure somebody else played it, but definitely out of the active community. You got to realize that, like, even now, so many people would say, you know, that there's not many players outside of the Discord server, and they're just so far off. Oh, Aramir could without a doubt carry you all to Dune Eater. Aramir chose not to. DD2 is the only one that's microtransactioned up, Tal. If you don't mind a free-to-play game and playing for some convenience features, like inventory space, then DD2 is great. If those kind of things trigger you, then I would suggest DD1 or DDA. Very niche games I like? Well, I mean, it doesn't get any more niche than Dungeon Defenders games. Aramir turned joke into a buff bot. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I would have volunteered for buff botting duty if I would have been there. I didn't know you guys were playing. I mean, I really enjoyed DDA. I'm always down to play it a little bit more if you guys are ever wanting to play some more. Power Wash Simulator. I mean, that one's not even niche. That game is wildly popular compared to a tower defense game. Oh, it was during the maintenance. I see. I see. I had Path of Exile League start going then. It was perfectly timed. And it was exactly timed. It's like almost, you know, I mean, obviously that's completely delusional, but I almost thought they did it for me. They took the DD2 servers down at the exact time the Path of Exile League started. I mean, DD1, I think, to be honest. It's more about the strategic value of it, or not even the strategic value of it. With DD1, it's more about just the gameplay loop, where DD1 is all about the loot. 100%. You are a loot-based game. You're farming loot. There's strategy elements to the game, tower defense elements to the game, but it all boils down to the loot. The very next map you play might give you the best piece that anyone in the entire world has ever found. Now, I mean, obviously, your chances of that happening are non-existent, but it is possible. And I like that. I like that loot rush. You don't get that loot rush from DD2. DD2 is more about grind the number. You know, okay, to get this 10 out of 10 mod rerolled, I have to do this many more maps. And then DDA is kind of a watered-down version of DD1. So for me personally, I really, really enjoy the loot rush of DD1. The difference is DD2 is a very, very pretty game. I do really enjoy playing it. So when you look at all things considered, I just play more DD2 than I do anything else. But as far as like going in and enjoying, say, 1,000 hours of gameplay, personally, I think DD1 offers the best experience. DDA has some nice quality of life, but like has been mentioned a bunch already, after a few hundred hours of gameplay, it dulls itself down a little bit. And in DD1, there's content that you have to practice. You will not beat it on your first try. Zero chance. And you don't really get that from DD2 either, unfortunately. DD2, it's a grind to the point, you know, but you can't like, okay, I've got this unlocked, let's give it a try. You have to grind through, you know, your 950 floors or your, you know, 125 or 150 waves or whatever. So, I mean, the right answer is if you have the budget, try out all the games, because they're all pretty awesome. But if I was stuck on a deserted island and I had my choice of anything, it would probably be DD1 that looks like DD2, if that existed. If there was a DD1 that looked like DD2, I would be really hard-pressed to play anything else. I would probably be one big old serious crackhead. Maybe you're right. I don't see any more messages from them. Let me check the Steam database again. There's been no more updates to the live test. So I'm going to assume, it's a big assume. I'm going to assume that maybe they found an issue. So maybe we won't get it today. Well, it's what I just said. It's a loot-based game with a loot rush. I like the loot rush. I like knowing there's an ultimate plus item on the ground, and it's like a race to run over and look at it to see what it is. I'm not. I used to only play PvP games, JC. Oh, is that my weekly? I didn't even realize. I used to only play PvP games. Like, I played a lot of World of Warcraft, Ultima Online. I played an unhealthy amount of TF2 back in the day. World of Warcraft, I was all about the PvP. What's going on, Nemesis? That'd be a good idea, I think, there, Panda Bear. Probably an unpopular opinion, but I think Onslaught should be on a seasonal rotation. It would give people, like in, you know, how old's Diablo 3 now? 10, 12 years? 13 years? I don't even know. Diablo 3's next season launches in, what, like a week and a half? I will, without a doubt, launch day be grinding it out. It has no worth, Nemesis, other than AP resets. There is no value to doing Onslaught other than AP resets. It's less loot, less gold, less XP. I mean, you get more if you climb and then do an AP reset. Like 12 years old. No, I said loot. I didn't say mats. Never ever confuse loot and mats. The mats are really good. There's no doubt there. I'd probably say Diablo 2. I really thought Diablo 2 was pretty good. I still will play every season of Diablo 3. The difference is, like with Diablo 3 right now, the thing is I'll be Paragon 800, 900 with a full set of gear by the end of, like, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 hours of play. So although I will play it every season, my season will be over very quick, you know? So now it's a lot more limited time, but it's limited time that I'll play and be excited about every season that launches in a game that's 10, 12 years old. You know, so that's, to me, I feel like I'm getting really good value out of that. Yeah, Whoops takes it farther than I do. You know, I usually will go to 800 or 1,000 Paragon. Whoops is like, you know, 1,500 or bust. Well, no, once the new pass comes, you will not be able to, the old pass will be gone. That hasn't been confirmed, I don't believe, that I've seen anywhere, that countdown timer is actual. Yeah, it's a little over if you count the very beginning, JC. You hit 1,700 last season? Last season, I was done on Monday. As soon as the weekly challenge reset, I was basically done. Did you look at the Diablo 4 PTR any, Whoops? Don't know if it was just you, but it felt like US East server was in the microwave. May have been. May have been. The next giveaway ends on Friday at midnight. There's no giveaways on this live stream. Oh, I said, did you check out the Diablo 4 PTR? It actually looks kind of good, maybe. Surprisingly. Some of the new stuff is very, like, Path of Exile-ish. As far as the gameplay. Not the mechanics, but the gameplay itself. Blowing up entire screens and stuff. I'm not optimistic at all. I mean, I am convinced it's going to take Blizzard 2 more years to get Diablo 4 up to par. But I will say that some of the Barb builds look crazy. Like crazy in a fun, blow up the screen sort of way. Well, I mean, there's a million reasons, Brando. Why not to like it? They didn't do themselves any favors with getting anybody to love Diablo 4. They did typical Blizzard move. They Blizzarded it all up. I don't know if you saw it, Aramir, but that Dust Devils build is literally, if you took a Tornado Druid from Season 1 and gave it double the amount of tornadoes, maybe even triple. It looks really cool, man. Do I still play Coral Island? I really enjoyed Coral Island. I'll be playing it more as they update it for sure. Oh, was there some shenanigans in their TOS? I didn't read it. Not gonna lie, I just clicked the button. Some bugs, and then a little bit of a pufferfish, low-key pufferfish nerf. Yeah, anyway, Coral Island was really fun. It was very enjoyable. I think they had a really good base game put there, but it's still early access. They're still, you know, on their like quarterly or every 6-month update cycle or whatever. You don't own any of the products that you've bought? Oh, really? What the hell? That's fine. Give me my $100 back. I'm good with not owning it and just playing it. Give me my money back then. I ain't trying to rent. I would probably never eat pufferfish, no. I'm very picky with the fish I eat now and like sushi. I only get very specific kinds. Like, I like tuna. Anything else, it's a hard nope for me. That, and I don't think I could ever afford to have a properly prepared pufferfish. I can't imagine how much they cost. And you'd have to be in Japan, right? To have some master cook it for it to be 100% safe. That's where they get you there, Whoops. You have to accept the TOS to apply for a refund. That's where they get you. I hate salmon. It's funny living in the Pacific Northwest. You would think that I would be a big fan of salmon, because we got like mad salmon going on up here in Washington. But I cannot stand salmon. It's so fishy tasting to me. I don't know, it's just disgusting. We don't eat a whole lot of fish at all. We'll eat tuna and like mahi-mahi. I love crab. I grew up in Maryland. And Maryland, for those of you all that don't know, is the crab state. So yeah, I grew up eating massive, massive amounts of crab. We have the best salmon in the world here, Nemesis. It's just, I don't like the taste, you know? I mean, the best salmon in the world comes from the Pacific Northwest of the United States. That's where I live. Walleye is good. Walleye is good. I think it might boil down to that. I don't like pink fish. Walleye's white. Tuna's white. I don't know. I just think it smells off. It tastes off. I just don't like the flavor of it at all. Well, different shade of pink. Pink is pink. I've had different kinds of shark that was really, really good. Mako shark is amazing. Like, mouth-watering. Oh my god, amazing. And then... have I ever gone fishing? Funny you mention it. I have done an enormous amount of fishing. You gotta remember, I'm old, y'all. The internet has not always existed for me. So there was outdoors before. You young whippersnappers wouldn't know about the outdoors. I have indeed touched grass. We don't even know a day, so we certainly don't know a time there, Pancake. It's not even submitted yet. It should be submitted for certification today. Oh, I have walked in the woods. I've gotten much trouble walking in the woods. When you grow up in, the East Coast, that's where, when you're a kid, back in the day anyway, that's where you went and got in trouble. So that's where you went and snuck those beers or smoked that weed or whatever you were doing. That's where you did it, was in the woods. The old school of what's now legal. Grass is a made-up concept from the government to keep the youngins off the iPads. The barb is completely broken, will never be nerfed. Probably safest purchase in the game. They might as well call him unnerfable. Will never change. Just like the pigeons. You gotta watch the pigeons. Who was that? Somebody came up with some conspiracy theory about pigeons. It was funnier than shit. About how they were actually drones or something like that. And like they'd step on the reason you see birds across power lines and stuff is because they're recharging. It's the funniest shit I've ever heard. They fly south to recharge the drone batteries. Changing the endgame meta in DD2 is one super simple task. All they got to do is one thing that's already in all the other Dungeon Defenders games, and it would completely remake the entire endgame meta for DD2. Who knows what it is? Anyone? It'd be so easy for them to do. So easy. Give all heroes a second weapon slot. That is not it, but I do approve of that message. The strength drain aura, y'all. The strength drain aura. All they'd have to do is add a strength drain aura that's in every other Dungeon Defenders game into DD2, and we have a completely remade meta. And it would add so much diversity into what you are able to use. All right, one more. It does exactly what you'd think. I mean, in the other games, it also has an armor or a element stripping element to it, which I don't think it needs that. But it reduces the amount of damage an enemy does while they're in the aura. So, why don't you use what adds more diversity to the game than anything else? Walls. It just does. You know, some people will disagree with that. Lots of people hate using blockades. But blockades add diversity to the game. Yep, the percentage reduced damage. So right now, if there was a blockade that was usable in the very, very end game, it would completely change the metas. And the meta would no longer be re-roll maps and go slappy boy on a barbarian. And that would be the greatest part. Just that one thing alone would just completely remake the end game. Well, I mean, new metas would come up, but there would be options. You know? Right now, there are no options. I mean, the only reason we even have the amount of options right now that we do is because the power creep became so absurd. Which, I mean, I'm a fan of power fantasy. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad we have a power fantasy, you know? You'd be able to use literally any defense you wanted to use that you had set up properly, as long as you could keep your walls alive. What's going on there, Rhea? How you doing? How's Greece doing today? Still waiting for my buddy Quicksilver to send me some of that high-end Greek olive oil that he makes at home. That's why, I mean, I was super, super excited when I saw that shard for the jellyfish. We got Aramir in here. He got them puffers. I gotta say, Aramir's pufferfish are drooling a lot more than mine. My pufferfish got it way more under control. See, when my pufferfish drool, they're going to turn around and look at the wall. They're not going to just throw it out there like that. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, yeah. A lot of y'all know Quicksilver. He's been in the Dungeon Defenders community for years. But, yeah, he has an olive farm. That's what he does, is makes olive oil. And, of course, from... it's like the best stuff in the world because I can't have none. Trying to make a pond down there. Is that what they're doing? It'll be right at midnight when the giveaway ends. Awesomeness. I'll stay up late. I mean, I'm up at midnight every night anyway. We don't know yet. Catch and shoot. As soon as we know, it'll be posted on my YouTube channel. We actually probably won't get advance notice. What will probably happen is the second it passes certification, they will go live with it. It's small. He's not a like super wealthy guy. He's a very modest person with, you know, real life struggles just like the rest of us. So it's not like it's some, you know, ginormous multi-billion-dollar olive oil farm or anything. I think it's more of a a small family-owned thing. I don't think they'll be patching dragons back, but we can always keep our fingers crossed. We know very little about what's going to be in the hotfix. What's been confirmed is the arcane barrier from the apprentice is getting changed, so it will eat hex thrower curses. The pufferfish is getting changed, so you'll need line of sight on the pufferfish. So this busted stuff we're doing right now will no longer work. That's part of the reason why we're doing it. Abuse it while we can. And then additionally, you'll need piercer servo on your puffers, which you don't right now. Oop, no more juice. Oh, the pufferfish are still going to be incredibly good. You just won't be able to do cheesy stuff like this. I mean, there's nothing... Why would these pufferfish be able to shoot through the floor like that, you know? We'll have to see, Nixus. I think it's just line of sight. Making it so that they still clip with terrain would be very game-breaking for that defense. It'd be pretty much busted. No longer usable. Thank you so much for following. Appreciate it there, Nope. You got almost max medals. Nice, Robin. What you gonna do with them? Oh, I love the pufferfish like it is. Don't get me wrong. But it's still gonna be a really, really good defense. I definitely dig the puffers, though. You got the hero. Very nice. I need a better flare setup for my girl here. What do you guys think? What's the best flares for this hero? No, that was the 360 radius was intended. They actually teased that aspect of it super early. The Drakenfrost headpiece, you think? Give her a shark head? But she's a cutie. Why would you want to cover that up? I already gave her a little eye patch. She's got her little pirate thing going on there. Not that I'm aware of. You think the jellyfish need to be reworked? Here, JC? She could use the North Pole. I don't think that's a very good looking polearm, though. I'm going to end up using an Infernal Combustor. It's just such a good-looking polearm, and we got no option to use or to pick our skin on weapons with so many characters in the game. I'm going to use that until the Trident comes. I'm assuming the Trident-looking polearms will be cool. I'm assuming that also, another big assume. I assume that will drop off the boss. when the boss comes. Well, it's not really a chosen theme. That was just the skin is all blue. I did the shark fins just because it's water related. Yeah, the studded conch. Well, I mean, on the Aquarian you can, because you're not required to use a boss weapon. And yeah, you got no reason to use a boss weapon. So, although I'm using a boss weapon now, it's just because it's what I had dialed in and ready to go. Probably look for the one that has giveaway in the title there, Panda Bear. Just look at my channel and look at which one over the last few days says giveaway in the title. I don't remember exactly what video it is. Oh, is it something supposed to happen different with the secondary shot? I also wonder about Bouncing Phoenix, too. Like, it's timed. It's every second shot. But Bouncing Phoenix would go off more if you had a faster firing weapon. Like, the Bouncing Phoenix is once every 2 seconds. Your ult's at 407 resets. Damn. You might end up passing up there Savage Beast there, Rhea. Make it charge faster? That would be pretty awesome. Because that's like the only negative really about it is the charge up. Or the biggest negative about it, I guess I should say, is the charge up. I don't mind it being slow as long as it hits like a truck. Well, I mean, Rhea's got enough crafting materials to last till the dawn of time now, would be one of the biggest reasons. Never having to worry about grinding crafting materials ever again and basically having all the gold you could possibly ever want. I mean, that would be the payday. Because remember, you get more. That's one very positive thing about Onslaught is you do get more crafting materials. So you do that many resets, you're going to have an ass load of crafting materials. Look at all this room. I didn't check my inventory and how many maps now? Hell yeah. All this free space, my goodness. All that loot and no loot. Oof. That was like 5 maps, wasn't it? I was having to check my inventory after every map before. I want to say that was at least like 5 or 6, maybe even more maps. Ooh, live test updated 4 minutes ago, y'all. Aramir with the stalkage. There's been no updates to pets, so now I haven't done any video. No reason to. Oh, did I say last one? Now I'm hoping that update hits. I want to check this stuff out. And we got that before and after on the bird fight. I definitely want to check that out. Oh, yeah, that survival shard that wasn't dropping. I haven't heard him mention that. Did they say that was going to be in the fix? I mean, I would assume it is. You have to make a different Steam account, Anders. If you're on console, then you just plug in another controller. On PC, you have to make a different Steam account. I re-roll too much stuff. I got zero pristine motes right now. Of course, that'll be resolved pretty quick as soon as I switch back to doing alt AP resets again. I literally zero. What's going on there, Vandy? How you doing? I'm actually in the middle of one right now. So, I mean, at a minimum, I gotta at least finish that one up, that reset up. 13-hour drive, oh man. Doing good, doing good. Waiting for a hot fix that could potentially be here soon. Could be soon. Nice there, Mitch. The trouble with motes when you're re-rolling is you get more. The numbers don't add up. You end up using more motes than reroll tokens, so you end up with a ton of reroll tokens. What are my other dailies? I don't know. Spectral Assault and 200 Dark Mages. I didn't even realize that was a command. That's the first time I've ever seen anybody use it. Watch time. God, I don't even want to know. Oh my God, Aramir. Aramir's going to ask me for his month back at some point. Watch. His hero name. Whose hero name? Aramir? What's his hero's name? Damn, Flanagan. It doesn't show me his hero name. Just says his account name. Send feet pics? Oh, man. She got them tiny little feet. She spreads her toes a little when she runs. You notice that? That's a good shot of it there. It's like she runs on her tippy toes. It's a 9999. I've been at that 9999 many times. But I am completely out right now. Yeah, like 20 stacks of exquisite bags sitting that you can't open. That's a good problem to have, though. It is a very nice problem to have. I do Onslaught all the time for AP resets. I just don't like doing an AP reset or right around a big update because I want to play all the new shiny stuff and not care about the alt. I don't have anything saved up. I unlocked everything. But I spend a tremendous amount. Oh, I'm broke now. I just spent like 100 million yesterday. I got like, I want to say probably 200 million on the alt. And 80 here. So I got about 280 mil. Ish. All right, one more. Just one more. See if that update pops after that. I upgraded some armor pieces I had. It's so expensive to upgrade stuff now once you get into the higher brackets. Like, it's nice on a mod reroll or whatever, and you got to upgrade it up just because you only have to take it to Chaos 8. But when you start having to upgrade through Chaos 9 and Chaos 10, it's quite expensive. I feel really good about the gold when I'm at $1 billion. There's no risk of running out when you get to $1 billion. You can basically do whatever you want, and you're not going to have to worry about running out of gold. Like, even if, like, say you got to redo an entire armor set from scratch, you're still not going to run out, you know? Yeah, I mean, you can spend it. But, first off, I don't buy anything in shops because they're all fucking criminal. So, I only either farm or re-roll my stuff now. Or I ask a friend if they've got an extra one and we trade or whatever. But $1 billion I feel pretty good about. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm never going to buy those pets or those cosmetics. I don't buy anything from player shops. Everything's too expensive. I mean, like right now, I'm trying to put a set of armor together. The easiest way to get that armor would be to buy it from player shops. And I'll easily spend an enormous amount. And I just don't have to have it today. Materials are way expensive, too. Everything is way expensive. It's just a public game there, Splendendo, on US West, so feel free to hop on in and join. I'm hoping we get the update here soon. And then we'll have to do that. I keep checking. I'm not seeing anything else. Patch notes would be good. I can't imagine we'll get patch notes until after the update hits. That's fair. See, I got up early today anticipating an update. I'm shooting Aramir thinking he's a flyer. Aramir's a flyer. It's basically the same as any other hero. It's the non-buff version. You basically got 2 sets of hero builds for hero damage and then 2 sets of hero builds for AP. One of them is buff damage, the other one is buff AP. And then you've got the non-buff variants. This is a non-buff variant. I got this is the new Aquarian skin that I'm using right now. I think it looks good. Towers are the same. Defense rate, anti-chaos, anti-melee. You can use that on as a generic relic on just about everything in the game. I blew defender medals on the shards, so I had all those instantly. That, and I had a shitload of packs to open, too. I've still got a shitload of packs to open. It is a grind, man. Sitting there clicking on those packs. The shard packs. I opened 1,000 of them the other day. I was watching Sophisticus stream in the Dungeon Defenders Discord, and I opened 1,000 packs watching that stream. I'm assuming today at some point, but it is getting later in the day now, so maybe tomorrow, if not today. You can. The pop-ups you just disable in your options. So click this hide loot pop-ups, and you will not get any of the pop-ups. But you still got to click. Right-click a bazillion times. You definitely want to disable the pop-ups for sure. The problem isn't the clicking. The problem is the delay in between. I mean, yeah, you can use an auto clicker and just walk away. I mean, G3 on my Logitech keyboard is right-click spam. I could always just hit that and walk away, but it's got that 1 second or 1.5 second or whatever it is delay in between each one, which makes it just feel super grindy. But I mean, on the same note, I didn't have to save 6,000 shard packs or whatever I've got left. I'm assuming it's probably around 5 or 6K left. I didn't have to save all those, you know, but I did. Oh man, 7,000 shards. Well, hopefully you used a macro there, Splendendo. I do. I love those mouses. I use a Razer Naga. I'm due for another one now, a new one. This one is having issues every now and then. C8 gear on hero DPS? Yeah, for hero DPS, absolutely. Hero DPS is not a big deal as far as just grinding C10. It becomes a problem if you've got bad DPS. It becomes a problem when you're either doing boss fights or pushing into higher end content. Just doing C10, you don't need any gear. As long as you're alive, you're going to be able to kill whatever you got in front of you, assuming you have some shards, etc. I mean, this monk right here is an absolute trash gear with only half mods. And I can still kill a 100 million health mob without any problem, you know? Obviously, I got some help there on that one, but... And that's in mixed gear. I got one good piece. Like that weapon. Missing a shard, or... Because of that weapon, I'm missing a shard. Yeah, you can make a macro using like auto hotkey or whatever. That would be against the Chromatic's terms of service though, so I wouldn't suggest talking about that. As far as I know, the only thing they have approved... Did he publicly say it, though, or did he tell you in a private conversation? I mean, if he publicly saved it, then you can screenshot that and anybody can do it. I mean, I would imagine they wouldn't have a problem with that, to be honest. But the only thing... Well, I guess they've approved that now, so, I mean, that's not an issue. But prior to that, the only thing they've ever approved was hitting G. Thanks for subscribing there, Nexus. If you want a hero damage build, then you would use mods focused on hero damage. If you want an ability power build, you would use mods focused on ability power. Because companies don't like it when you automate their games. That's how bots are born. Could you imagine if they just allowed full script usage? People could auto-build maps with a script and run maps. And then let it run all night while they sleep. But yeah, I mean, every bot was born out of allowing scripts to run. All right, one more. One more. Last one, I promise. Well, like Sho said, it's a slippery slope. You just stay away from that altogether as a developer because people will take it one step further and one step further and one step further. So if you just don't allow it at all, then it's never an issue. Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. I mean, obviously, opening shard packs is a huge irritation. That, and it's not anything that's breaking the game by allowing that. But anything they do allow to be automated will be very, it'll be very specific. We gotta exploit these puffer fish as long as we can, y'all. When the hotfix comes, the build dies. Well, it becomes a matter of what they're going to publicly allow and what they have time to enforce. I mean, look at how long Shitstain fucking sold gold for real money. I mean, he literally supported his family for multiple years. It finally got to a point where they were ready to enforce it, you know? The Nimbus nerf is nothing. Yeah, the Nimbus are still very, very good. As far as AP resets go, they're very, very meta. That's a bug. I use the same thing everybody else uses. I spam mama bird and a bunch of baby birds. We'll find out when it drops there, Barnoware. There is no drops going right now, no. Drops will happen with the next content update, I would imagine. Well, I mean, the range of the dragons got nerfed. Nothing got touched on Mama. Mama was who was putting in all the work. Yeah, the crystal hammers are better. The issue with crystal hammers is just they just get so outclassed. They're definitely better than they were. I'm kind of surprised too. But, I mean, you know, I'm surprised they still haven't touched the Barbarian. Because it's been, what, 7 years? Yeah, I mean, that's still really good, even if it was at 20%. Same thing with the firework cannon. I mean, like the crystal hammer change, the firework cannon change, it definitely made those defenses better. But it didn't make it so that it stands out. Because right now, so many other things just outclass that stuff. That you use it because you want to use it, not because you feel like it's the best thing to do, you know? Thanks for following there, Sir Jumpy. Cannons would be glorious if they'd get change. I mean, I don't even know what they do, to be honest. Yeah, purposefully doing this, TG, because this is one of the things that's going to get changed in the hotfix when it drops. So milking it while we can milk it. Well, I mean, for Chaos 10 content, you can use anything you want to use. You've been able to ever since it launched. It's walls plus anything else. No matter what defense you want to use, if you use it with well-built walls, you're going to win. It's not intended for it to be able to target through terrain. Where, like, right now, it can target a mob that's up there on the walkway above me. So they're going to change that, and then they're also going to make it so you need Piercer Servo, which was intended as well. No, there's no extra loot dropping. The line of sight thing is a nerf, but it's a pretty fair nerf, I think. I agree. It's not game breaking. None of these things that got nerfed are things that would be being used in endgame content. I mean, even with the dragon range nerf, that didn't change any endgame content build. Because you didn't use the dragons to get your damage. You used the dragons to buff your mama dragon. And that's like, that was their sole purpose in life, was supporting mama. You just want survival fixed with the mods, you mean? Who knows? Panda Bear, of course. Ain't that every son's life goal? That's right. You don't have to use a boss weapon on the Aquarian Splendida. I'm using it just because I had it set up and ready to go. Still got his cannonball shot off, that sneaky bastard. Yeah, you can stack diffusion and range. I mean, that's what I do on every build. Range pylon on the reflect, diffusion on the buff beam. Like, literally every build I do has got those two on it. Yeah, but that's not why they're there. The damage they were doing is tickle damage when you get to the high waves. It's literally damage that doesn't matter. You know, everything was coming from the Mama Dragon. Were they doing something? Sure, they were doing something. Did the builds change? Nope, didn't change at all. The builds were all based around where you placed your Mama Dragon. It had nothing to do with the Dragon's Nest. So you still place the Dragon's Nest in the exact same places because you just don't care about the little tickle damage that they do in endgame survival build. Now, as far as farming goes, yeah, it drastically changed it. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about endgame survival. So, getting to wave 200. Or 200 plus, for that matter. You know, the days of spamming a bunch of dragon's nests up top here on this map and having them hit all the way over here. Yeah, those days are gone. But that's not what we were referring to, though. That's not true at all. The friendly ghost was not doing more damage than your barbarian does. If you had a well-built hero, you were not using the friendly ghost other than on an alt or for memes. You didn't use the friendly ghost thinking it was better. Yeah, Aramir, Sho, and Harambe just did 200 yesterday. None of them were using friendly ghosts. Yeah, friendly ghosts were game-breaking for someone who didn't have proper heroes set up, for sure. Alright, fine. One more, just one more. I'm not going to do a survival run today, nah. I'm just sitting here waiting for this update to drop. I got a real problem right now with survival, and that is I'm sitting on an enormous amount of godly orbs still. I'll blow through a bunch of them today when that shard is back in the pool. Thanks for following there, Admiral. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, definitely. I love survival. I do survival all the time. I do. That's how I got so many godly orbs, you know? But yeah, I really enjoy survival personally. Yeah, got the ghost. Well, I mean, don't thank him. That would be like smacking him in the face. But the friendly ghost had a whole lot of value for pretty much anyone who wasn't min-maxed. And it gave a whole lot of value to people who were min-maxed with their alts, you know? I don't have enough juice to finish this area out. Overbuilt over here, I think. There we go. What the hell? Why is it not letting me place this? There we go. Oh, see, I got rid of the buff beam. I'm not using a boost star on mine. But this should still be fine. It's nerfed now. The friendly ghost was doing an enormous amount of damage compared to what it should have been doing. But it got fixed in the update. Which shard? What shard are you talking about, Inyanka? Oh, that's easy. Easily believe you, Splendundo. I did 1,000. I mean, I didn't count them, so I'm guessing. But I did somewhere between 800 and 1,000 runs and never got a 4 per second heavy polearm and ended up buying one. And then, of course, right after I bought one, I got one like 10 runs later. So, yeah, I believe that 100%. It's the worst RNG in the game is grinding those boss weapons. Like the other Dungeon Defenders games, you're guaranteed the weapon type, and you're grinding for the roll. You know, you want it to be 4 per second with hero health or whatever. But you're guaranteed the weapon you get by which hero you loot the chest in. DD2 is the only game that has no looting based off of who looted it for boss weapons. But yeah, I easily did 800 plus runs. I always say 1,000, but I'm not sure exactly how many runs it was. It was months. Literal months of gameplay. Oh, the survival shard. There's one of the ability power shards. The survival AP shard on the... for the Aquarian is not actually in the drop pool right now, so it's impossible to get. Is this weapon I'm using right now? The Ember Mount Polearm. It's so funny too, like I'm completely not interested in playing the Gunwitch anymore. And I get massive amounts of the Gunwitch weapons. Like, I've sold probably 10 near, you know, very near max roll ones. The ideal thing there would be loot specific to the character that loots the chest. And then that would make it like the other Dungeon Defenders games as well. Like in DD1 and in DDA, if you're playing on a monk and you loot the victory chest from a boss map on a monk, you're guaranteed to get a weapon for the monk. Now, it might be a shitty roll, and then the grind becomes getting the right one with the right shot type and the right stat rolls and everything. That would be massive for the grind. Nothing yet there, Cesar. We should hear something soon, though. The plan is after they get today's hotfix out on PC, as long as there's nothing broken with it, they're going to submit to consoles for certification. Yeah, you want the 6.7 shots per second. Splendendo. Thanks, Sir Admiral. Appreciate it. If you wanted it, it was, JC. There was no rarity. It's a matter of RNG knows what we want. I didn't want the bow, so I got tons of the bows. Because I was, you know, the hunter wasn't out then, and I don't use the huntress anymore after early access. So since I didn't want it, that's what I got. I didn't want the bow. I didn't want the dagger. I got an enormous amount of bows and daggers. I wanted the polearm. I never got the polearm. I mean, I was over 100 rolls before I even saw a bad roll polearm, you know? It's just the huntress was all the rage back then. It's what everybody wanted. But there was no drop percentage difference between the bow or the polearm. Well, you got to remember, not only do you need the polearm, but you need to get the polearm with hero health on it. You need to get the polearm at heavy, and you need to get the polearm at 4 shots per second. So it's a whole lot of layers of RNG, and then hope you got a decent roll on hero health. You know? So it was a lot of layers, or it still is a lot of layers of RNG. So getting the polearm is one thing, but then it's got to be heavy. Assuming you're playing a nuke monk. If you're just playing a hero damage monk, it doesn't matter what the weight is. But if you're playing a nuke monk, it had to be heavy, it had to be 4 shots per second, and it had to be with hero health. Anything that's been upgraded, Barnaware, you lose your upgrade value. So if you've upgraded it, well, the main stat you can just re-roll, but the hero health stat is the secondary stat, so you wouldn't be able to re-roll that. I mean, I can show you the one I got now. That's the best thing I ever came up with. Is that one right there. So not even in the 37,000 hero health range, but by that point I was like, screw it, I'm taking it. This one is the one I found. It is actually better than the one I bought. So that was nice. So when I did finally find one, it had the upgrade, you know? Or it was an upgrade. The Tsunami is one of the highest DPS bows in the game. The downside is you lose a mod slot. Oops, wrong button. Let me get out of there. Was it worth the grind? No. Not at all. Was not worth. I mean, I guess I got entertainment value out of it, you know? It's still just incredibly good, though. I mean, as far as lane clearing goes, it's going to be in the discussion for the best bow in the game. You're not going to get lane clear out of an Earth Guardian's bow. And the Earth Guardian's bow is one of the only ones with higher single target DPS. All right, let me check the scored. All right, so yeah, they found a bug, or they had an issue. It's a visual bug, Splendendo. It's not actually giving you the second thing. So they had to redo the build because they found bugs in it, but they are still working on it and still hoping to get it out. It depends on which bow you're using. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. You got to have focused power. That's a mandatory. Bouncing Phoenix is really good. But what do you get rid of for the third? Like for the Hunter, Lucky Strikes is pretty good as well. Lucky Strikes is actually more value than Bouncing Phoenix, I think. I'm pretty sure Lucky Strikes gives you more value than Bouncing Phoenix. Last one. After this one, I gotta go pee, y'all. The coffee is saying hello. Bouncing is a tremendous amount of damage. But you would just have to pick between those two. And I guess part of that is what do you have in your inventory? Probably not that many. Nowhere near enough, JC, is always the answer. I'm not really doing any tower boost builds today there, Turek. I enjoy playing the Countess the most, but the Countess is the lowest tower boost value you get out of the 3 boosters. The Initiate would be the best, the Lavamancer would be the second best, and the Countess would be the third. Yeah, I mean, I personally really, like I said, I really enjoy playing the Countess. So for me, it's an easy pick. Like if I'm doing a survival push, and it's always like, who wants to play what hero? You need a Countess, a Lavamancer, and an Initiate. Well, I'm always the first to volunteer to be the Countess. Oh, use Destruction, Boosted Power, and then whatever third shard you want. Either Vampiric or Deadly Strikes, like on a boost star. The Boosted Power and the Boosted Beams and Destruction are the 2 main shards. Take it easy there, Splendendo. The Initiate is the strongest tower booster in the game. The Initiate's Talisman that she drops on the ground is the biggest tower boost you can get from any hero. And all those tower boosts do stack. So using an Initiate to boost towers, a Lavamancer to boost towers, and a Countess to boost towers is how you get a 2 billion DPS Mama Bird to burn down high-end survival maps. Yeah, diffusion is just range. No, you would get less damage using diffusion. Diffusion reduces the amount of damage your buff beam provides, but it gives it a range boost instead, which there's no range boost at all with a regular buff beam. So it's a pretty fair trade-off, especially considering on most heroes it removes the need for any range. I mean, if you want to get to max range, a lot of heroes you still are going to need a shard or a mod. Yep. Always gotta pay for the trade, you know. Yeah, but that's very, very small. That's talking about going from a 5,000 range cap to a 3,000 range cap. That's not talking about going from a 5,000 range cap to a 4,900 range cap. You know? So that's just very, very out of context when it comes to diffusion. It's not the same, you know? I use diffusion all the time. Don't get me wrong. I think it's worth giving up the little bit of damage you lose to get the diffusion in there. But it's definitely not the same conversation. Especially with as slow as so many defenses hit now. You know, you just, in some defenses, when it comes to 200, 300 range difference or whatever, you may not even get another shot off. Well, 900 is not very high. There's a wall right now at 945. Everything after 945, it starts scaling up. Chaos 10 is floor 700, just for an example, as far as the regular expedition crossover. Oh, update is here. Nice. We'll finish this map up and then get our update done and check out the new schnazzies. No, it's the same. The mod itself is the same value, but it might sell for slightly lower because someone is going to have to invest to upgrade it. But a 10 out of 10 at campaign is just as good as a 10 out of 10 at Chaos 10. It's just not upgraded yet. Statement still stays exactly the same. If you can do Chaos 10, you can do floor 900. It's just a matter of, do you want to? The Frost Strike Aura is really good. I never use it anymore because I used the shit out of it for a long time. And it's a perfect candidate to hold Destructive Pylon. It's 20 DU, it provides really good crowd control. And can hold Destructive Pylon. All right, let's get this update done. A pretty full inventory, and the loading time still did pretty good on that one. So there was lots of other things in the mix with the loading times besides just the inventory. I mean, it's definitely slower. There's no doubt. with the inventory full. But it's still way better. All right. Anyway, let's get this update done, y'all. I am going to go grab another drink and use the bathroom here real quick. So give me just a couple of minutes, and I will be right back. All right. Let's see here. Did the update run already? I'm assuming the update ran while I was gone. It did not. That's all right. We'll run it real quick. Did we get patch notes? Does anybody know? Small update. No, doesn't look like we got patch notes at all. That I'm seeing anywhere though. 1.7 gig. You'll probably have to restart Steam, Robin, to get it. Patch note 1, pufferfish removed from the game. Oof. All right, let's see here. I'm sure they'll post patch notes up. It may be too late in the day. That might be the problem. Everybody might be gone. God, I love having this much inventory, this much free inventory space. That's so awesome. Nothing. All right, so what came in the update, y'all? Does anybody know? Wrong homie. Nope, not yet. Oh, 2 hours left on that. Maybe poke around again and see if I see anything anywhere. Let's see. I'm not seeing any patch notes on any of the places. So assuming there's no patch notes. So we'll just kind of have to wing it and see what happened. What can we check? Well, what can we check here? I mean, nothing was changed, I wouldn't think, with the pufferfish as far as damage goes. It's 6 and 154. Yeah, I don't think anything. The dragons, I can't imagine. Well, I mean, I don't think they changed anything with the dragons. They need line of sight now. Yeah, they do, huh? Wonder how they'd handle elevations. Oh, shit, man. They need, like, direct line of sight, huh? Okay, I was gonna say, what the hell? They did nerf it a little in the main update. Diabolical. All right, well, without having patch notes, we don't know exactly what to jump into. That was only 10 maps. It wasn't that many. No, secondary is the same. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the same. That's just holding down the button. Piercer mod's 200 million now? Probably. What about focused? Let's see, what are we doing? 4.2, if we pop a cooldown. All right. Focus power's working. Oh yeah, that's way better. Oh, it's giving you day one. I had it where I would loot a day and it would show that I claimed 2 days, and then the next day that other day would refresh. But it looks like that's fixed now. Because we're on day 6, right? Isn't that what it should be resetting to? Day 6? Survival's now dropping mods again. That's good. No, the All Heroes bundle includes future heroes as well, Dakota. So you're all good. But that was I think everyone had a weird thing with the logins. Mine, like the very first day I logged in. Oh, maybe I missed a day out of it then. Your next is 7? What was happening is when I logged in and it said, like, I only got the gold, but it said claimed on the first 2. And then the next day I logged in, it would say claimed here and say claimed here. And then the next day, etc., etc. But I may have missed a day. Well, I mean, I didn't miss a day as far as me logging in and clicking the button, but I may have gotten robbed. Yeah, you have to click on the specific day. Like when in an hour and 49 minutes, I'll have to click directly on that one. I just mean how it was, the jankiness with it, how it was displaying. You got day 1 twice? I think other people had the same issue. They're Flanagan. Sadly, it was not me. I did not get my free $500,000 twice. That would have been glorious, though. Look again. Oh. All right. Can I go through that? Assuming someone from Chromatic is here. Each time you claimed it. Yeah, see, that's the same thing would happen to... Oh, no, I didn't have it happen like that, Jade. I'm assuming I can run through these. So here we go. We'll start at the top. Okay, there's a little sweet. Okay, fixed a pufferfish passive being 94%, not 100%. That's the mod. So when we look at the pufferfish mod, it is now 100% more damage, where that was at 90% before, or 94% before. Fixed pufferfish passive not scaling properly with chaos level, so that's that mod as well. Fixed ice shard piercing shard not being affected by gilding levels. Increase fisher range. You heard it, y'all. Increase fisher range from 1850 to 2100. Added line of sight to pufferfish, which we knew that one was coming. Improved the arcing of the pufferfish projectiles. Let's check that out. It does. It seems like it's not as high of an arc, maybe? All right, then we got added line of sight to the pufferfish. We already knew about that one. Slightly reduce the collision of the pufferfish projectile to better impact the target. That was, I'm sure you all saw it. There was, the pufferfish was like sometimes exploding up above their heads or whatever. And you see now it's going all the way to the target before it explodes. Before, you were seeing a lot of shots exploding like up in the air up there. All right, fixed an issue where homing projectiles would bypass geode shields. We knew about that also. So we need to get our piercer servers out. Fixed the login calendar, sometimes rewards 2 times. That was what you were talking about there, Jade. Removed initiate from a rippling explosion shard. You know, obviously the initiate doesn't have Boostara, so got rid of the rippling explosive shard. Fixed pet materials, not spending from the material vault correctly. Holy shit, that's a good one. So now, if you want to do something with a pet, it's going to spend the materials from your material vault. I don't want to do anything with this pet. Riftquake confirmed dropping shards, show says. Let's see. Fixed pet materials. Hex Thrower's Curse no longer spawns when the arcade and barrier absorbs the projectile. That we gotta test right away, because that just sounds cool as shit. Hex Thrower's Curse, or that's what I just said. Changed Enduring Bubble's name to Enduring Orbs. Effect unchanged. Fixed Bubble Bulwark not ending. Is that? Let's see. Before, it wasn't exploding on the end. Let's see how it does here now. Yeah, there it is. So before, it wasn't exploding properly unless you manually triggered it. And now it just explodes on its own when the timer counts down. See, fixed an issue where the Aquanos Huntress was in the cosmetic data list. Fixed survival loot not dropping with mods, so now you'll now have mods on your survival loot. Fix an issue where the ice shard is using focused AP. Oh, so that was it. It was using a focused mod. It was just using the wrong one. Aha. So ice shard is now working with focused AP. That was the first thing we checked there. So you see it's critting for 4.2. I pop a cooldown. And now it's critting for 5.4. So very, very nice. Very, very nice. Let's see. Fixed an issue where Aquarian wasn't in the polearm requirements list. Huh. Fixed an issue where the Countess wasn't in the sword shield requirement list. Fixed an issue where the shard vault was checking for a number of available slots in the first bag to be available for purchase. Some people were having a problem buying the shard vault. So that should resolve that issue. Fixed an issue with the water sprite not drenching. Boom. That was another concern. This little guy wasn't drenching. That is resolved. And fixed an issue where the water sprite does not have the correct impact sounds. So we got a nice little splooge there now. Nice little splooge on the on that one. Yep. They fixed the survival mods. Oh, thanks there, Dakota. There was a stat squish on the last major update of 2023. So it should not affect your actual effectiveness during. Your damage is 10 times lower or reduced to 10%, and enemy's health was reduced to 10% as well. So it's kind of a wash. All right, well, let's check. What do we want to check first? Well, let's go do, well, first things I need to do is create a relic. Yeah, let's do that. I had one ready to go, right? Yeah, anti-melee and defense rate. We'll throw a piercer on it. Don't need to save this, right? it can go. All right, so now we got a permanent piercer relic for our little fishes. Good, move that over there. And let's jump back in on old Betsy and try her out again. And see how it is in comparison now. What time are we at? Oh, it's still early. I got time. I forgot I got up so damn early today. Chaos 10, Wyver's Den, go. Public game. Let's get it. So now we'll have a direct comparison from the very start of the stream to right now. I'll do the exact same build on the exact same map. The panda bear stockage. We'll take it. See, and we were slightly in front. Oh, let me not go down here. That's a bad idea. We were slightly in front of this. They going to be able to see that? Hopefully. And then we had one back here a ways. Like right there-ish. And what? We were doing 6 and 6 on these two, right? This map is going to be more of, I think, a test of the line of sight. Where this is pretty open. But on that one lane there, where the overhang is, I think it might be questionable whether or not those can hit now. That, and we've got one less anti-mod since we had to add on Piercer. Thanks for following there, Gusta. Oh, you know what? I bet I want to put this down more. Let's start it over here. Oh, what the hell? Oh, not enough mana. Anyone have any mana? That's weird. I don't have it. And yet you just dropped it, right? Well, we'll just have to DPS this first wave. That's all right. Uh-huh. That's 6? That's only 5. Placement was a little whack on that one. Here, we'll put another one right here. The patch notes have more to it. Let's see. Hoverfish, bubbles. Oh, the artillery crab, yeah. The Riftquake now drops from survival packs and the artillery crab. Nice. They're posted in Discord. Assuming they'll probably be on the Steam page tomorrow, maybe. All right, definitely going to need some upgrades now. And half of these pufferfish are not in the buff beam now. But I don't think that's the end of the world. We getting targeted is apparently fixed as well. Nice, nice. We don't have those other puffers out there, but I don't think those were doing a tremendous amount anyway. Yep, that was fixed. Lowell's posted it up in Discord. Here, I'll post it in my Discord too. Maybe, if I can figure out how to copy paste. So I just posted it in Town Hub there on my Discord too. Anyone that's not on the official Discord. I'm not gonna bother with those upfront puffers. I don't think they're needed. The ones we were putting here. I guess that's not a fair, a true comparison if I don't put them down. Thanks, sir. IHOPs. Appreciate it. We gotta check out the arcane barrier. That change is just cool as hell. Thanks, sir. IHOPs. I appreciate it a ton. It was me that didn't hit G. I mean, it feels like the exact same result. Obviously, this map has no line of sight issues. I thought that this was going to be an issue, but it's not really being an issue either. So no issue with them being able to target down there. Well, the problem is they have so many things that are really broken for giving you free ascension levels. So other than just the regular milestone rewards, I can't imagine they would ever give any more rewards because ascension level is just such a trivial thing to get. I mean, you literally go from 250 to 3,000 plus in your first AP reset. Assuming you got the Chaos 9 first, of course. So yeah, that seemed like the exact same, pretty much exact same experience, but that one Well, we lost one anti-mod. We had to add Piercer Servo. Huh. I haven't been running any ads. I'm surprised you're getting all those ads there, Robin. I've literally run no ads the whole stream. I mean, YouTube will put some in automatically, but... Yeah, but not on YouTube. Twitch is... We all know Twitch is super ad hungry. YouTube is generally not like that. YouTube is nowhere near as bad as Twitch as far as the ads go. Yeah, so, I mean, pretty easy peasy there. Let's see if they... Hidden patch note, buffed Crystal Betsy drop rate. I didn't see that in the patch notes. Yep, and it didn't happen. Probably why it wasn't in the patch notes. They still lose money because Jeffy B keeps spending it all on more yachts. That's why Twitch still loses money. Yacht number 472. Oh, yeah. Definitely expensive. That and it's dying, too. Twitch will either be remade into something else or it'll be gone before too long. All right. What do we want to do? We have to bust out our apprentice. What do we want to give the apprentice? I think that will work for now. Yeah, it's out. We went through the patch notes and everything already. You can wind the stream back, like, what, 20 minutes or whatever? Let's yoink that and that. That's not a shard, right? That's just the default arcane barrier, how it works. I think we want auto repair. I don't think we want automation. Do we want automation? I guess we want it since we're not going to use a reflect beam. There's a shard that reduces range damage. You remember what it's called? Let's see. Arcane Refulgence. Well, I was referring to automation from a tenacity perspective. Projectile resistance to arcane barriers further increased. I'm sure I probably have one of those, right? Right, we're gonna have to use it ungilded. (32.5%), 40% gilded. What's the health of these bad boys? Do I have any ascension in? I do. (30 DU as well, too. But in theory, eliminating the need for a reflect beam. Let's see, what defenses do we want to use? We can go jelly. Or actually, we haven't used water sprites. Let's try water sprites and jellyfish. What does water sprites have any cool shards? Yeah, the health pylon and the destruct. It's hold my destructive too. All right, Dragon Raider, take it easy. Two coolish ones. You remember what they're called? No. No. I don't remember what they're called. Guess I could just look through for the icon. Spiritual Focus. Oh, wow, I don't have it. How do I not have it? An Escalation. I know I've seen that one. The water sprites attacks damages an enemy. Water sprites increases defense damage. That seems fun to at least try. Lock these so I don't accidentally throw them back in anywhere. That one can be thrown. All right, so 7% stacks up to 6 times. Do I want Deadly Strikes on there? Let's see what the range is like on it without. Oh, the range is real bad on this one. That's right. What about with range and diffusion? Gets us to 3,300 range. What is the max range on it? $4,500. So that was. How much range was that? Huh. Did I pull out the wrong shard? Yep, I sure did. Or no, I didn't. Or there it is. What? Well, that's buggy. Plug it in, pull it back out, y'all. Y'all saw it. Okay. But I don't want to show. I don't want to. 3,300, 4,500. I think that's just a visual. All right, let's go. Destruction, mass destruction, spirit focus. I got the DMs. I'll just buy one because I don't feel like cracking shard packs right now. Increases the damage radius and the defense range. Well, there we go. Defense range solved. That's pretty good. Well, not solved, but helped. What's it at now with that? It's actually at max range. Weird. That's without diffusion. Just a range pylon, and that shard capped it. Or do I have deadly strikes in there still, don't I? No, I don't. And let me see. Let's just see if it's bugged. It's probably a visual bug and it's not updating or whatever. There we go. All right, 30. No, it's at the cap. 4,500 just with that. It's kind of weird that the fusion wouldn't cover it then, right? It seems strange to me. Go, 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 little buffage. Huh. So weird. Or did it cap it and it was just acting weird and wasn't refreshing properly? Okay, yeah, it does cap it. I feel like that shard is possibly pretty valuable anyway. Or wait a minute, where was it? Is it a noticeable radius increase? Let's look at it. That... See, it's projectile is the thing, right? Projectile damage radius. So is that the splash? Okay, it's hitting the second dummy, going over to the fourth dummy. What happens when we pull it out? So yeah, it's the splash, which is, you know, it's not a terrible thing. So you're going from like a circle around this to a circle around that. But it makes you wonder, though. If you had escalation gilded, it would be better than destruction. I don't have it gilded, of course, but if I had it gilded, I would just slap that in and pull out destruction. So let's use spiritual focus. Ungilded escalation is better than destruction? Should be the same. 42%, 42%. I don't know. Let's just go with destruction. Destruction's 100% uptime too. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. So we'll go with that, and then we'll go with a jellyfish. And we want mass destruction. Let's get rid of that and go with that. What was that one called? Nerve shock. And then mass destruction. Where's my other mass destruction at, y'all? Where did I put it? No. I changed destruction in the upgrade. Oh, I got one mass here, but where's my other one is the question. Because I want to plug it in on the jellyfish. I mean, I haven't used anything else but her all day, have I? Nothing's sitting at the scavenger. I mean, what have I used today? I've only used these. It's not sitting there. I haven't used any other heroes today. Shit, man. I hope I didn't put it in the shard vault. That's going to be another 2 million mistake. No, I didn't put it in the shard vault. No. I mean, it's not on the apprentice. I didn't have anything else set. Or sprite. I mean, here. I'll find it later. I don't want to spend all day looking for a stupid mass destruction shard. I know it's sitting somewhere. Well, I should have used it today, though, is the thing. What is the last video I did? The fireworks? No? I don't know. I'll find it later. Let's go to forest biome. That is always the most wonderful testing map in the world, especially to test those hex throwers. Forest biome. All right, let's get it. It shouldn't be. I mean, I can check it, but it shouldn't be. I usually always keep it in separate damaging defenses. I usually don't bother swapping out of the buffs. Who knows? It could be anywhere, show. It could be sitting on a lava mancer, for all I know. All right, let's try this out. No reflect beams. Well, I mean, we are going to have reflect beams. But not really. Not really, but really. All right, what's the play here? Do we go 2 and 2? So weird. I guess it wasn't off that far. I'm going to throw this down just for... It's got my destructive pylon in it. I guess I could have put the destructive pylon in the... We can get a real test. I got one here too, right? But do I have a range pylon there? Or, see, I don't. Electric arcing we don't need because I'm not using anti-heal on it. Actually, that's the right answer. I need to put anti-heal on it, right? Man, I'm not moving all that around. No anti-heal. We'll test these walls out. Let's just go with that. And see if it gets steamrolled or not. See, I want to have a health pylon on it, but I don't feel like moving it. Looks like my other health pylon, I don't know where it is. I've got a gilded health pylon somewhere. Yeah. God, decisions. Let's just do this. What do we get up to? 3.9. That's not terrible. Health pylon is pretty awesome in any wall build, for sure. Don't have a pet equipped with any defense health either. Do we have a pet on me with defense health? Does not look like it. Hero health. Defense health. Oh, I got no gear on either. God dang. I got work to do. My poor little apprentice is all naked. He all naked. Not sure we're gonna have enough for buff beam too. The difference is going to be no healing. Although, in theory, I think this sounds completely awesome. The amount of healing return is going to be nothing without having a proper attacks with automation and stuff. Well, let's check it out. Yeah, I got enough for, do we put the boost, all right, here or over the other lane? We'll call it good there. Let's check it out here. Well, the electrocute's definitely going off. You can see it on the chieftain right there. So that's without a doubt working now. We need some hex throwers out here is what we need. No, not really. You just gotta place them so they have line of sight now. Shadow shot. See if these little Vanguard... No, they all got nuked. Is it just visual though, Al, or is it actually doing the damage numbers it lists? And some get chewed up over here. I just wonder how much effective damage we're actually doing here. It's doing what, like a third? Like a third of the jellyfish? The thing that pops into my head is why not just slap a big ass water aura right there instead, you know? I mean, they're holding up. That straight got a chieftain slapping it. I don't know if that was being spam repaired. You need a piercer servo on it, Aiden. I got bug fixed. If it's doing 9%, we have to look at the actual damage number being done and see if that matches. If that matches, then you can just do the rest of the math manually. More than 9%, even better. We can check it after this run. I haven't seen a single hex thrower yet. Oh, we got a hex thrower over there. There we go. There it is. It timed out right as I got over here, but it looks like it was eating it. Well, I want to test that shard here after we get done with this map. No clue. It's the one thing I hate, the tracking I can't stand. Thanks for subscribing, Josh. Let's see if we get another hex thrower over here. So we got a bunch of them. Alright, well, I mean, it's eating the hexes. There's no doubt. So, definitely working as intended. That's an interesting option. I mean, what do you do now? I mean, say you're the lazy person like me that doesn't like swapping heroes all the time. Do you set your apprentice up as DPS? All right, so which one are you guys talking about? You're talking about escalation, right? The apprentice is awful DPS. Turn the tides apprentice. All right, let's check this out. So it is escalation. Let me get rid of my pets so we don't have any wonky numbers going off. I mean, it gets up to 6 stacks practically instantly. $341,698. Somebody type that in chat for me. 341,698. And if we get rid of it, still working. That is just like snapshot in the damage or whatever. All right, so what was it? 227,687. It's definitely doing way more than 42% full stacks. It's doing what, 8? It's doing about 8.3 per stack. I mean, definitely, first off, we know it's going to be better than a regular destruction once it's gilded. It should be the same as destruction when it's not gilded. In fact, let's look at that. All right, with destruction, it's 227, 687. We gotta let it stack back up. Let me replace it again. Yeah, so I mean, it's supposed to be doing 227. It's doing 240. It's a keeper, y'all. Nobody tell Lols. He's not watching the stream or anything. But the thing is, gilded, it's going to be better. Even functioning properly, gilded, it will be better than a regular destruction. It only lasts 2 seconds, but it stacks up so quick. It's kind of trivial. It's hitting 2 targets, and it's hitting 3-shot bursts every second. So 1 second is all it's going to take, right? And then if you throw destruction in on top of it. All right, let's put this to work. No zaps, only the triple stack. I got defense rate on the Relic already. All right, we want to use our fancy walls. Let's do the same map again with no zaps. Radius increase is nice, but a triple stack is a triple stack, right? Until they slap that down and make all that stuff additive, it's just going to dominate. Assuming there's no bugs in this update, it should get submitted to certification either tonight or tomorrow morning. So however long Sony and Microsoft take to certify it. Yeah, they require line of sight now. Is that Aramir? Yeah, it is. Just build whatever Aramir, and we can just test it on this lane if you want. I don't know. What can we fit? They're cheap. What, they're only... Well, I guess they're 40. Well, let's go 4. We used 4 defenses last time, basically. Move this all back a little bit. Jesus, man. If the water sprite ends up being the best tower because of this triple stack out of the new hero, I'm going to be so sad. It's literally the worst looking defense out of the bunch. In my opinion, anyway. Did the hex change for the apprentice wall for new players breaking into C6? That's completely crazy. IDHC. Basically, it completely reinvented what first character a new player should get, right? I mean, that's amazing. Yeah, IDHC just mentioned it. He's over in YouTube chat there, L. Let's just let it fly with this and see what happens. I mean, obviously, we're getting a little more damage than intended, but just assume that this is going to be close to what we would be getting out of a gilded shard once I gild that. You can back the stream up and look, Dakota. I just went through all of it. Oh, no walls. Oh, shit. I don't have the hero in my deck right now. Looks like they might be slapping anyway. Quick, everybody swap to Barbarian. Don't be slapping my little squirters. Oh shit, we're getting hounded on over here. I didn't see that we didn't have walls down. My bad, my bad. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not ignoring you all. I just have answered that question literally 947 times today. If you're in my Discord server, I posted the patch notes in chat, so you can look and see all the goodies there. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just ignoring you. It's one of those situations. All right. Yeah, I mean, most players that have been grinding the game have got Piercer servos that they haven't been using. So getting a Piercer servo shouldn't be too bad. And to be honest, although the price of it will go up slightly, I don't think it's going to ruin the market, you know? Like, Piercer servos are still going to be relatively cheap. They got a little homing going. Yeah, they do. You can see it big time right there. Don't shoot me with your cannon, bruh. Wow. They survived a cannon ogre. What? Better wall placement. Actually, we got tons of DU. I guess I could just put down 2. All right. See if we can get a good luck here on this one. We should have some hex throwers this wave. Pardon me. They're slapping though. They're getting good damage out. I can't imagine very many. It's such a small change. I mean, it's a big change that is very easy to adjust to, I guess I should say. Which I'm sure there's people that didn't even realize they were targeting through walls, you know? Right, arcane barrier down. Oops. Aquarium down. Aquarium down. Yeah, the difference here is the jellyfish aren't there. It's not that the electrocute combo isn't here, it's that the jellyfish aren't here, because the jellyfish just slaps so hard, you know? I don't know, y'all. I think there's going to be maps where this is a very viable alternative to going with a wall and a reflect beam. I really do. I mean, eliminating the need for a reflect beam, that is so huge. You know? It was a generic wall totem with... What did I put? Juggernaut. I can't remember what I had on it. What shards I had on it. The Arcane Refulgence. Juggernaut and, what did I have for the third shard? The heal. The auto repair. Obviously, their healing is just nowhere near as good, but in this loadout, we just don't have near as much damage output as we had before. I don't know, man. It's showing really good damage out of these things, but... This is not a main defense, I don't think. even with the triple stack thing going on, I don't feel like you get... I don't know. I just don't feel like the DPS per DU spent is as good. Am I crazy? What do y'all think? Well, no, it's a single target issue, not a AoE limit. It's the amount of damage output, straight up, single target. Like you saw that Slekelion, that guy would have just completely disappeared as soon as it got into range. I mean, it's a utility tower. It's a drenching tower, you know? But look at the single target here against these guys. I'll not shoot the one on the... that one burned fairly quick, but I do think that the jellyfish would have completely nuked. But, like I said, it's also a utility tower. Not every tower is supposed to be main DPS, you know? They've publicly said that there won't be another Chaos tier, Z-Rocker. They said they want to focus on different game modes and not necessarily the tiers. Yeah, being water, they're not getting the value against Frosties. And there's so many Frosties in C10. Those walls are impressive, though. If there was only something that made them attack faster. Willing to buy Drain Aura attachment for arcane barriers. Go Drain Aura attachment. Lulz is like, nope, that shit ain't happening. I mean, even in this situation, that's what, 20, 40, 68? That's 80 DU in this setup. Actually, it's 90 because we had the double over here. That's 90 DU that we saved by not having to put down reflect beams. I mean, to an extent. You gotta, I guess, define endgame player. I've been playing the game for a decade. If you define endgame as IR 999 Onslaught, then no, I'm not. If you defined endgame as 200 plus survival, yeah, I've done that. But the majority of the end game takes place just grinding. So, yeah, just got to choose where you're going to grind. I choose Chaos 10 Expeditions. I don't know, because that's a number I just don't give a shit about. Wouldn't it be better? Well, a training dummy would be more durable, but then you'd have to use a reflect beam. So yeah, the training dummy would definitely be able to heal through more. But then you're talking more DU. And I think that's the big value you get, is the DU savings. I mean, it's 30 instead of 20. So it costs 10 more right out of the gates, but figure it's 10 less DU than you would have to do with a training dummy and a reflect beam. I don't know, I like it. I think it'll be interesting to play around with. I think unless you're doing some real power builds, it's going to struggle to stay afloat as far as them staying alive. If you have enough power out there, then that's going to blast through. Spiders are really good for farming Chaos 10. Like I said, define Endgame. Do you mean farming Chaos 10? Yeah, spiders are great. But is that what you're calling Endgame? Because there are quite a few different definitions of it amongst the DD2 community. Most importantly, want to ease C6. I mean, it's a big deal for somebody breaking into C6. And remember, too, I didn't have any gear equipped, so I wasn't getting really any value. It's 10,000 health plus. Situationally, they're good in survival and Onslaught. Onslaught and survival are both about doing extreme meta builds at the very end. Are they part of that? No, they're not. Are they usable in lots of ways? Absolutely. But yeah, that's definitely going to be huge for a new player. I mean, Chaos 6 should be a non-issue for anyone willing to hit R and repair their walls. Nimbuses are great for farming, like in Chaos 10. No, meta builds do not involve Nimbus and nests. Well, nests to an extent, but just to buff your dragons. Just to buff your mama. Your mama dragon is where the real deal comes from. All right. Well, that is definitely, like I said, that's going to be interesting. I mean, like you said, for a new player, that's huge. Not having to deal with the, or not having a reflect beam and struggling with the hex throwers. That's absolutely enormous for them. All right, where were we? Back to the Aquarian. What do we want to try next, y'all? I want to try more pufferfish with the changes. Where do we want to pufferfish it out, though? I mean, that build we were doing on Unholy Catacombs just straight is not going to work. But it also shouldn't, you know? Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, to an extent, the EV just lost a little value. You know, obviously you got the buff beam still. It's a targeting thing, famous. They require line of sight. So if they have line of sight, let's see if we can get a good example here. Are they going to have line of sight there? Yeah. Well, it's going right around the wall, too. A couple of them are clipping through it. Like, it will clip through The walls, as long as it has line of sight. What's a good map to check that out on? What do you guys think? Somewhere where we can get line of sight, but that there's going to be lots of obstacles. If it only sees one mob, all 6 will hit that mob. I mean, that's not a terrible thing. It's probably the most balanced thing, really. Nimbus Reach. God, I hate Nimbus Reach, though. Sewers probably is a good one. They said that they changed the projectile, so part of that may have been a little bit of speed there, Sleo. See, Unholy Catacombs is the best example I'm thinking of right now. You think the projectile should be smaller? It's not going to shoot anything here. No line of sight. Let's see. What do I got in here? I got that. Let's get this set back up. Let's try a straight face camp, spawn camp, face roll, and see if we get the face roll experience. Yeah, the Mystic's really good and for farming Chaos 10. And she's got really incredible crowd control as well that can be used later. Seems pretty decent so far, Roshi. I don't really have any complaints. I mean, the hero damage got fixed, which to me is huge. Because I was really hoping to do a hero damage setup here. I am using the Werewolf Commander Shard. Rebounding Strike. It's right there. What we'll do is we'll put the pufferfish in here. And we'll be able to see what's going on. But they, you know, obviously they're going to have to go through some walls. Let's see how much DU we have left. I don't even know how the DU is going to work out. That's 400. Not exactly a ton left over, but decent enough. Let's just go 2. We'll be able to look at the projectile anyway, even if we end up getting wrecked. All right, we got 170 left. Should give us enough for destructive pylon as well. Oop, 10 short. Alright, let's just check it out. Shit, I'm trapped. There we go. Oh yeah, well, it's definitely going right through the wall there. So if it can see it, it can hit it. So it's like the harpoons from DDA. Munching on some steak right now. That sounds yummy. It looks like there's not as many projectiles, though. Well, no, definitely not. Just wanted to see a direct shot directly through a wall that, without a doubt, should not have been able to go through. I mean, this is by no means efficient. I think I do have Piercer. Yeah, I got Piercer on him. But yeah, we're not going for efficiency here. Just trying to get a good view of him going through the walls. And they're definitely doing that. You can see them coming right through. Pasta and salmon, huh? A lot of people love that. You think it feels weird? Hey, I feel like the projectile might be moving a little faster. You gotta like salmon is the problem. We had that talk earlier. Don't like salmon, personally. Very picky with my fishes. Part of that too is probably living in the Pacific Northwest. You get salmon stuffed down your throat at all times because we have such a massive salmon run here. Twice a year, actually. Really, fish in general, I just kind of prefer shellfish. Like, I like shrimp. I like lobster. I like crabs. Well, one thing, I used to now I live over by Spokane, but I used to live right on the coast, and two things you got stuffed down your throat all the time, people are always trying to give it away to you, is salmon and elk. And I happen to love elk. So the elk part of it worked out really good, but the salmon part of it, not so much. It's actually completely shredding. Did not expect that. No, it doesn't go through shields. So it must have piercer. The homing does look a little weird now from this top view. You can see it kind of trailing off to the left or the right pretty easily. Mako Shark is delish. This bow is just awful when you're in a pack of mobs. That's my main complaint with it, I think. I definitely want to do up the tsunami as well. Oh, dude, let me tell you, Mako Shark is... well, when I was a kid anyway, it was super popular for people to catch on the East Coast. I grew up in D.C. And people would grill it like a whole fillet off of a Mako Shark. They'd put it on a spit and grill it right on the beach. And it's so tasty. Like melt in your mouth type stuff. You're in Portland, so you know what I mean. Yeah, I used to live just northwest of you. Well, I mean, that's the answer. It doesn't have to be a good DPS, just a DPS hero. There's ways around a siege roller, but the siege roller was put in the game to try to keep us from AFKing. That's the reason it came to the game originally to begin with. So, I mean, the best answer to dealing with a siege roller is kill it yourself. And it doesn't, you're doing double damage if you hit it from behind, so you don't need to have some crazy decked out beast mode hero to kill a siege roller. Just anybody with even a thrown together semi-respectable set of gear, you know? I don't know, man. That's shredded in there. I mean, you don't need to put them all up in there is the thing, though. They could have been right out here, and that would have given them more range to get into the lane a little deeper. Omni with the raid. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. Thanks, sir, Omni. Appreciate it. No, the new maps, there's 2 new maps coming. They'll be here later on. Well, all you have to do is decide if you want to play hero damage or ability power, and then just pick up armor off the ground and throw on a random hero damage or ability power armor. Just have it set up where you've at least got the stat that you're looking for, you know? So, like, if you want to do a hunter, the first thing you do is you put on gear that all has hero damage on it. What happened here? I lost a shard there. Just throw that in there for now. Spiny little devils. They're still doing really good. I don't know what else. Nothing was changed. Oh, the artillery cannon was changed, actually. That makes me curious. Let's get, we'll throw these walls back in again. You tried them with flame bursts? I'm going to try them with the rockets. Them fireworks. Was it igniting? Didn't test it? Seems almost the same puffer to you. It pretty much is the same puffer with the exception of needing line of sight and needing a piercer servo. But they changed the projectile too. Let's see how we want to do this. Do we want to go 2 oil or 2 fireworks? What do you guys think? 2 oil or 2 fireworks? Seems like its attack rate was up. See, let's do it like this. Got lots of DU left too, huh? Gonna be able to sneak this in? I should have placed those down first. Gonna be questionable whether or not that's hitting that firework there, I believe. Man, we actually got a lot left, huh? We could have gone 2 crabs, probably. Actually, we got just enough left for 2 stars. A little change. All right, let's try this out. See if it's igniting and everything. Yeah, probably should have went more oil. We're testing out the oil change now there, JC. See if we see enemies on fire. Wow, arcane barrier slapped just like that? What the? Oh, I never put a relic on it. God dang it. Oops. A relic helps. All right, I might have a relic on it, but no shards. I'm not sure what I did there. It's one of the two. Either no relic at all or a relic but no shards. Well, let's see. Nope. I didn't do it. No relic and no shards. Grab that. Actually, I had another automation sitting here. I didn't even need to do that. And what else were we using? The heals? I think we were using the heals. Let's see. Is that a little better? It's a little better. If you have a group, for sure, they're rolling. But it's that one's all about the group. If not, I would say just grind mix mode, because the thing is you're going to be level 110 long before you're going to be happy with your gear. Yeah, and then AFKing Foundries is a pretty solid strat. It doesn't look like anything's being ignited. Oh, no, there we go. There's fire. We got fire. Should have went with more oil. Omni was right. Oh, shit. I don't have a relic on the fireworks. Jesus. None of the things had relics. We don't need no stinking relics. Well, just moving too many different things around. Nope, his bubble is up. Oh, got him just in time. See, I told y'all, we don't need no stinking relics. Relics are overrated. Let's give it something, huh? What do we want to give it? That's not going to be effective against it. Let's give it that pufferfish relic. There we go. Now it'll work. Yep, I need to rebuild, huh? Well, if I'm going to rebuild, I might as well build it properly. Put the buff beam down here. Then... Is everything else alive? Everything else is alive. Just need a wall here. And let's grab a hunter back. And I think now we can actually check it. That's a little better. We're not really seeing many ignites going off, though. If you want a full AFK it, but it won't be as much experience. But if you want to watch a movie or something, then yeah, just set that bad boy up and let it run. Greg and Uzar, thank you very much. Appreciate it, y'all. If you want to get loot at the same time, then definitely mix mode it and rebuild. I mean, you're still going to get loot, obviously, on regular survival, but if you want a slightly higher tier of loot, then mix mode it and rebuild. But if you want to chill, yeah, man, that's what it's there for. Alright, so that was way different. I didn't notice a whole lot of ignites going off. There's one. I mean, it's pretty good ignite going there now. Yeah, I mean, it's taking shots, and that's missing out on the empowerment stats, because I've got no gear equipped. So yeah, I'm losing out on what? Like at least 10K. Actually, maybe more. Maybe like 14K. Definitely getting the ignites in there now. They're just not as abundant as I thought they'd be. I thought the whole lane was going to be burning, you know? Oh, without a doubt. Dummy and reflect beam would be way tankier. But like was mentioned, I mean, this is game changing for a new player. Break it into Chaos 6. I mean, imagine if you were just now starting today and you were able to skip the EV as your first hero purchase and go right for, like, the mercenary. You know? You know, I've got that alt playthrough I'm working. It's actually in C7 gear, though. I would have to dumb his gear down a little bit. But if you were a brand new player that was deciding on who to buy, and you like looked through the counters and saw that the EV is not necessarily 100% a requirement, and you could jump to the Dryad or the Mercenary or whatever first, that's going to completely change your journey up to Chaos 10. I mean, without a doubt. Well, it will be, but not necessarily as much for a brand new player, because a buff beam with shit gear and no shards is going to be a piece of crap, you know? Well, I mean, you got to realize that the majority of new players never make it to Chaos 10. You know? And if you could only, like, in your journey to Chaos 10, you only had enough defender medals to buy one hero, that's just a massive change for it not to be an EV. Well, the Weapon Man got nerf batted into the ground. Proton beams are still pretty meta as far as applying a combo or an element. They're just incredibly good, you know? But a new player is not going to be worrying about that. They're trying to just get through the base game. Where the hell's he going? Get down there. Let's check the Shaper projectile. It should be eaten too. Yep. That was kind of weird. Maybe I caught that out of the corner of my eye and I was seeing shit, but it looked like that Shaper projectile, the tornado, it actually looked like it bounced. Or did it bounce off of the reflect beam? That's why we need a simulacrum, y'all. Anyone who's ever played Warframe, you know what I'm saying. It is such a powerful tool. Every game does need a simulacrum. I agree. It's just such an incredibly strong tool. And fishing. There you go. I'm still waiting. One of these days, Chromatic's going to break down and give us some fishing. Fishing for moats. I'll fish for moats all afternoon. Hook it up. going on, Darius? How you doing? You use the same thing you would on any other defense, Brando. So like a anti-melee, anti-chaos defense rate, just wreck on it. Call of Duty has fishing? Really? I never realized. The firework cannon got a buff in the update last week. Today it was a hotfix. Definitely some fireworks going off. Oh shit. I was wondering, I was hearing a tap 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 on the door. I have exceeded, I have crossed over into dinner time, y'all. The wife was giving me the, if your ass wants to eat, you better hurry it up. Time flies when you're killing gobus. It just has to be down, but you will find benefit for at least giving it like a deadly strike shard, Brando. The bigger range you can put on the tree, the more quality of life you get with building on the dryad. Like, I use deadly strikes and vicious strikes on mine for a real big tree. Not for mastery stars, nah. Stars are all tied to a specific map. Like, you earn 3 on one particular map. You can go back and earn the other 2, but there's only that set amount of stars per map. As far as, like, completing the new player quest line, though, you can just do the first map over and over again. Very nice. I don't know. I think she's coming along quite nicely. I am kind of anxious to get that hero damage set put together. I need to get rid of the buff chips I got. Well, it's a utility. It's like the water aura, you know? It just doesn't do good damage. It gives us something else. So, I mean, I'm not upset about the spirits, personally. But I think at 30 DU would be perfect, to be honest. That is for sure. All right, y'all. Well, it is dinner time in the Juice household. Let's see who we got streaming on Twitch. I don't know any of these names. Not a single person I recognize. But anyway, I am going to go eat me some yummies. I'll be back on later on tonight playing around with some more stuff. I won't be streaming, but I'll be on in Discord if anybody wants to tool around with anything. But anyway, that is going to get it for me for tonight, though. So thanks a ton for hanging out. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful day. I will put up for anyone just joining. I'll try to get a quick patch note video out here after dinner, and I will see you all soon. Take it easy, y'all.